There's more trouble on the high seas from the Strait of Hormuz to the West Philippine Sea. Sort of rhymes. Welcome to the live stream. That's what we're going to talk about on tonight's show. Welcome to the show. Just an informal discussion about what's going on in the world and the mysteries of life. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining me. Looks like Coral C's already checking in from Jacksonville. Give me an audio and video check if you don't mind, my friend. And once I get everything going here, get a little bit more centered in the frame here, then we'll discuss the events. I was following the events going down in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, and just didn't go live, didn't execute. And then today I wake up to what's going on out here in the West Philippine Sea, as you see on your screen. Has to do with the Chinese Coast Guard in the big boat versus the Philippine Navy in the smaller vessels there. All right, but before we get started, let me make sure all my technical equipment is up and operating in the green. So we'll go to the view right there. Let me come over here, get my old man glasses on. I need to just check if I'm up and running on Kick. Let's see here. Does it appear that I'm up and running on Kick? Let's see, I think so. If you're tuning in from Kick or Twitch, I certainly appreciate y'all joining me. I got 25 followers over on Twitch, and I think about the same on Kick. So broadcasting simultaneously to those platforms as well. See, view my channel there. Okay, yeah. Looks like we're up and running live on both platforms. Go back to this perspective there. All right, over to your comments and then we'll get into it. Night Owl checking in, reporting the sound is good. Coral C, loud and clear, good video. All right, thank you. American in the World, Benito, and Steve reporting comms are good. Hey Mike, how you doing? All right, well thanks everybody. Thanks for joining me on this stream. I'll get into the first article here, and what you're watching is a video put out by the Philippine News Agency. And I'll pull this article up and we'll get into it just to start the day. Let's see, I Laugh, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, this is coming out of Manila, July 20th at 8:40 p.m. So today's the 21st at 8 a.m. So this is about 12 hours ago when the Philippine News Agency published this article. The Department of National Defense strongly condemned the latest act of violence and harassment committed by China Coast Guard members against Philippine Navy personnel stationed at the BRP Sierra Madre in Ayungin Shoal, West Philippine Sea on Monday. Alright, so again, today's Tuesday. This happened yesterday. The article is about 12 hours old. But the video clip that you're seeing on your screen, the Philippine Navy personnel are in the smaller rubber boats there, the rubber dinghies, and the Chinese Coast Guard are in that, look like a pontoon boat, and it's a battle royale. Looks like paddles versus sticks. So that's what you're seeing up there on the screen. In a statement, the DND, Department of National Defense, spokesperson, Assistant Secretary Arsenio Andlong, said the incident is clearly of provocative and hostile behavior and further contributes to the to the People's Republic of China's deficit of trust and credibility. Okay, and again, I'll just read the article verbatim and then we'll go from there. Against the backdrop of the PRC's circumvention of international law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and disregard of the final and binding 2016 arbitral tribunal ruling on the South China Sea. Now, it just came up on the 10-year anniversary of that ruling. You know, the American gentleman that got shot in the head testified in that case. And just coincidentally, he got shot in the head on the 10th anniversary of that ruling against China. He was one of 2 government witnesses who testified for the Philippines. Okay, as a side note, their actions further justify the department's position of disengagement. We simply cannot trust this belligerent neighbor, he said. And I tend to agree with that gentleman. Okay, and alongside the professionalism and resolve shown by Philippine military personnel, compel the country to strengthen its resolve, build up its deterrence, shore up its alliances, and bolster national commitment to safeguard what rightfully belongs to the Philippines. As we continue to monitor and prepare measures to meet this aggression, the D&D salutes the defenders of the BRP Sierra Madre and our western frontier. We will not back down, he added. Let's get into what happened. Earlier, the armed forces of the Philippines and a Chinese Coast Guard rigid hull inflatable boat with 8 personnel from the vessel CCGB China Coast Guard vessel 21560 unlawfully approached within close range of BRP Sierra Madre at Ayungin Shoal. Okay, so let's just pull up a map right quick just to show you where this went down. That's the BRP Sierra Madre, that old ship that they beached way back when. And right here is the area that went down. That's Palawan. And let's just scroll out here. And if you'll notice, this is the Philippines. And China's way up here. And their Coast Guard is down here engaged in an incident. Not the first time, obviously, but just this incident here, just to show you where it's at. And if you're not tracking, China's 9-dash line basically claims the entire South China Sea as belonging to China. And then recently they've got some scholars that say, hey, the Batanes Islands, part of the Philippines, from thousands of years ago, belongs to China too. So their expansionism is heavy-handed, to put it lightly. Okay, so go back and put that up there, and let's talk about what the article says that went down. It circled and took photos and videos, prompting 2 armed forces of the Philippines rubber boats to calmly and non-confrontationally drive it away. Now, everybody's got their own perspective. The CCGV personnel reacted violently and aggressively by striking the Philippine Navy personnel on the head with a wooden baton, causing injury and damaging the Navy rubber boat operating within the area where our country enjoys sovereign rights under international law. Okay, so I just showed you where they're at. These Navy personnel or Marines, they're down there stationed on this BRP Sierra Madre. That's their duty station. I mean, here come the Chinese all the way down there fucking with these poor guys, right? And of course, the Chinese side are going to blame the Philippines for the incident. All you got to do is look at a map and see where they're at. Chinese are a long way from home. These dudes are just at their duty station. It said the Western Command immediately provided medical attention to the injured personnel and is currently coordinating with the BRP Sierra Madre as to the extent of injuries and if these necessitate a medical evacuation. Now remember, this article is 8 years old, or not 8 hours old. So I don't know what the updates are. We'll get into it. This article is from 12 hours ago. Armed Forces of the Philippines said the latest aggressive actions and assault by the Chinese Coast Guard demonstrate a blatant disregard for safety, endanger the lives of our personnel, and escalate tensions in the West Philippine Sea. And again, despite the aggression and violence, Armed Forces of the Philippines personnel exercised professionalism, discipline, and acted accordingly to the rules of engagement while carrying out their lawful mission within the Philippines exclusive economic zone in accordance with international law. Our lawful presence and sustainment operations in the shoal will continue. No act of coercion or aggression will deter us from carrying out our constitutional mandate or exercising the Philippines' lawful rights in the West Philippine Sea. Let's see. At approximately, just continuing to what happened, at approximately 9:15 a.m., this Coast Guard vessel 21560 deployed a rigid hull inflatable boat that deliberately approached the BRP Sierra Madre at close range. Despite repeated instructions from Philippine personnel to leave the area, they refused to withdraw and escalated the situation. Okay, so that's the article, and you're watching what happened. There's obviously two sides to the story. I think the Chinese have some angles that are floating around. Let me see if I can pull those up. But that's officially what's coming from the Philippine News Agency. And I got that off of their Twitter feed, and I read the article direct from their site. Let's see, I don't know if I have any more footage pulled up of that right now. Okay, but there you go. That's what went down. And no matter what the perspective of everybody's side of the story is, well, you can see clearly where it went down. Who is the instigator? Who provoked the incident? And you just got to look at the location. Okay, so with that, I'll go, let's go over and take some comments. I'm sure a lot of you fine folks out there tracking on the situation. And I'll see what your comments are, see what you've heard about the incident. But again, folks, this is not the first time. This is just the latest, okay? This is just the latest dealing with the Chinese out there in the West Philippine Sea. It's not the first one. And even though this one gentleman got whacked in the head, in a previous incident, a sailor lost part of his thumb. So this is not the first time. And if anybody's not aware, we have a defense pact with the Philippines. I think the anniversary of that pact just hit, 75 years? Is my math wrong? Anyhow, I just read an article where it was the anniversary of the defense pact itself. All right, so I'll go over to your comments and see what we got going on here. Let's see, Fernando. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Sort of the same way with the Iranians. It's not the people, it's their government. And knows Xi Jinping still owes me about 16, 17 million. It's probably closer to 30 now with interest. And yeah, Mike brings up a good point. If you're not tracking China daily, it's sort of state-run news organization over there, part of the CCP's propaganda machine. They just put out a series of AI-generated videos depicting Filipinos as monkeys, and you know, it pisses me off. I think it would piss anybody off, but you know, basically they're talking about my kids, so it pisses me off even worse. The Philippines has launched, you know, diplomatic protests over it, but it has to do with what's going on in the West Philippine Sea, their 9-dash line. They got ruled against 10 years ago. They're not listening to anybody. They don't care. And again, ink on paper means nothing. It's whoever's got the guns and the warships. That's who's in charge. It always has been. So yeah, it's just recently that's been going around, that went down, and now you have this incident going down. So yeah, we already know what they think about folks over here. They just put it out in an AI video. Quite clear about it. Let's see. I like your glasses. What brand are they? They're called Barato brand. They're the cheapest ones they had when I sent the ladies to town when my other ones broke. Somebody said, "Hey man, you're wearing your grandma's glasses." Yep. Sort of looks like it. But you know what they do? They allow me to see the text on the screen. So I'll take it. Yeah, they showed a picture of him. I don't know if he needed stitches or whatever, but he got whacked on top of the head. And there you go. It's just a battle royale. Wood sticks and paddles with these CCP assholes. Even though this is a small incident, this is just paints a picture of their expansionism with no apologies. Don't give a shit what anybody else thinks. And when we look at, what was it, the U.S. built 3 ships versus their, what's the ratio, 100 or is it 1,000? Anyhow, their shipbuilding capability, if you just look at that one aspect, you know, they can build 1,000 ships and we can only build 3. They're ramping up their Navy year by year. How are you going to keep up with them? But this is what's coming. That's why I keep telling people, all this regional shit, Russia, the Ukraine, Iran, all this is regional stuff. The CCP, this is the world's enemy, and nobody seems to be paying attention to it. Okay? Yeah, if you're just joining us, basically the big boat with everybody in the road guard vests is the Chinese Coast Guard, and they rolled up on the BRP Sierra Madre and started screwing with the Philippine Navy. And one of the sailors got hit in the head with a wood stick. So that's what's being put out by the Philippine news agency. And there, you know, there's some other video floating around out there, shows different angles. But the point is, the Philippine personnel are at their duty station in Philippine waters, and here come the Chinese Coast Guard fucking with them, whacks the guy in the head. And Mark says, I don't remember China pulling this crap when America had a bigger footprint in the country. Now, they used to not pull this stuff, but they used to not be where they're at now. We created this. Everybody created this decades ago when we sent all our manufacturing over there and just started building up their country and their economy. And then our lax security protocols allowed these folks to steal all of our technology. So, now they got the manufacturing capability. Why? Because we don't make clothes no more. And then just stealing the technology. Okay, now that's why they are where they're at. Let's see, Claude, how you doing? Did I receive the message? Folks, I'm not really on Facebook. We have a page. It's a one-way flow of information. So no, I'm not really on Facebook. If you really want to send me a message, there's a link down in the description to my website. Okay, so with that there, yesterday when I started to fire up the stream and I just got sidetracked, let's go over to the Strait, but just be aware, a lot of y'all are either living here or coming here or planning to retire here. Not that you can necessarily do anything about it, but you want to pay attention to what's going on right out here in the waters of where we're living at. Okay? And again, this is where it went down. This is the Philippines. China's way up here, but they claim the entire South China Sea. Okay, so let's scoot over here. Yeah, I'm still here. That's from marinetraffic.com, looking at the Strait of Hormuz. Again, I used to look at this screen so much, it's like you could read it. When you stare at something long enough, you learn how to read. But I haven't looked at this recently to where I can say, oh, this is what went on last night. They're going in this route. I don't know. I'm just showing you a snapshot of what's going on there. And then let's move over to this website here and this organization called UKMTO. And I'll have to remember exactly what it stands for. But this is the organization where when ships are in trouble, this is like the first folks that it gets reported to, and they disseminate it from there. Okay, so yesterday, let's just pull up some attack reports right there. Yesterday was the 20th. I think this is the one I was talking about yesterday. They received a report 8 nautical miles northwest of Qumzar, Oman, from military authorities that a vessel is on fire. And then initially they couldn't verify it as an attack, but then it got verified as an attack hit by an unknown projectile. The crew safely abandoned the vessel and have been recovered by a tugboat. So they abandoned ship. The fire at the time of this report had not been extinguished and the vessel is currently adrift. So they abandoned ship, the ship's on fire, it's burning, and it's adrift. Okay? And let's see, on the same day, another incident. Vessel reports being struck by an unknown projectile causing damage to the steering gear. Everybody's safe. Okay, so one got hit, they're okay, and one's on fire, adrift, and they abandoned ship, got picked up by a tugboat. Now this is the 21st. Got another tanker reporting over Channel 16. It has been struck. So stuff's still going on over there as we speak. And what I found interesting, and what I'm going to pull up here, is, a lot of folks just watch U.S. media reporting. Well, everybody has a perspective, right? So if the U.S. media is going to report it, there's obviously, what team are they on? You know what I mean? So everybody has a different perspective. So I said, you know what? I'm tired of looking at what the perspective is from the U.S. I know how they're going to spin things. Let me get in here and see what the Iranian media is putting out, or people a little bit more in the region, and see how they're spinning stuff. Okay, so I'm going to pull up some sites here that are loosely connected to the Iranian government, and just sort of see, how they're reporting things. So let me just start over here, see where my first Twitter feed here. Well, let's just throw this gentleman up there, see if he's put anything out new. It looks like nothing since the 19th, when he's calling the U.S. the Great Satan. Okay. All right. Well, that's not what I was looking for, but let's see if the State Department has put out any new alerts. The latest one is specifically for Bahrain. Okay, here we go. The Tasnim News Agency. Let's see what they're putting out. So 9 hours ago, they're showing a satellite image of the military base in Jordan that got hit. And again, folks, let's just throw the disclaimer out there. Obviously, there's a lot of false information put out by the Iranians, but hell, there's false shit that's put out by the U.S. too. So let's all take these sites and this reporting with a grain of salt. Is it accurate? Who the hell knows, right? Yesterday, when they first started putting out they had hit 2 tankers, I didn't believe it until that UK organization confirmed it, and then filters through the US media. So they're showing those aircraft hangars that got hit, and let me scroll down and see if I can find something about the ships. Okay, so here you go right here. This is the verbiage in the reporting. The IRGC said 2 oil tankers exploded and were left disabled after attempting to transit the southern Strait of Hormuz through an unauthorized and unsafe route. Now, when you say the southern, it means they're closer to the Oman coast. They're not going up there by the greedy pirates where they can get paid. Warning that any violations encouraged by the U.S. would face a punitive response. So, throughout this whole thing, the Iranians want all the ships to come up there through their route. Why? So they're in control. They can charge them. Ships started going on the southern route closer to Oman. What the Iranians do? They mined it. So somebody asked me yesterday, why do you call them, nutcases? Well, that's just one reason. What? You don't want to come up here close to us? Okay, we'll show you how to come up here close to us, where you have to pay us. We'll just mine the area down there by the other country. So here's their reporting. Now, is there something lost in the translation? Maybe. But it sounds like their marketing, their PR, hey, you were about to go down an unsafe route, so we attacked you to keep you safe. It don't make sense, right? Sort of defies logic. They were about to go down an unsafe route, so we had to hit them. I had to clip them for their own safety. This is what they're putting out. And again, there might be a little bit lost in translation. They're translators, but several sites say the same thing. They're using safety as the reason they attack them. Don't make no sense to me. All right, so I'll go over to your comments and catch up here. Let's see. Yeah, I go to Al Jazeera a lot. Again, I don't have one favorite news source. I'm not loyal to any news source. They all have their spin. They all get it wrong. You just have to, I just take a sampling of everything, and probably somewhere in the mix is like a 80% truth. Okay, and then Rome to you brings up China has been developing mock-up ships in the China desert to practice shooting the USA ships. Yeah, that's been floating around too. And Redneck says the Houthis are now threatening to shut down the other route. Okay, so that's one source right there. I just found. Okay, your logic is a little flawed. You're going down an unsafe route, so we had to hit you for your safety. Okay, so that was from the Tasnim news agency. And just for education, we'll just see what Wikipedia says about the Tasnim news agency. It's a semi-official news agency in Iran associated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, launched in 2012. Purpose is to cover a variety of political, social, economic, and international subjects. Okay, so they are, you would assume, the IRGC is controlling the information that they put out there. I'm trying to get the website to refresh. It's very slow. I don't know if, elements are blocking it, but there's the website right there. It's very slow on my end to load, if it loads at all. Okay, so that was what they're saying. And then we come over here to another source. This is the Mayor news agency. Their article, 2 tankers explode in unsafe Hormuz route, coming from the IRGC. All right. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps blew up 2 oil tankers late Sunday after the vessels attempted to enter and exit an unsafe and accident-prone route south of the Strait of Hormuz under U.S. instigation. Man, you do anything unsafe that could hurt yourself, we're gonna blow you up. You son of a bitches should listen to us. So you can look at the verbiage here, right? IRGC said the 2 tankers have been compelled by the child-killing American Army to use a passage it has declared unsafe and accident-prone. Well, probably because you mined it. You want to know why I think they're nutcases? They prove the point every day for me. This is our land, and the interference of the terrorist American Army from thousands of kilometers away has no legal basis whatsoever and will be dealt with firmly. Okay, again, the problem that they have over this strait is that they're not the only country around this body of water. If it were a bay in Iran, they would have an argument. Hey, you're coming into our bay, our country surrounds it. The problem these nutcases have is that they are not the only country whose borders touch this body of water. Again, they're just nutcases. Their reasoning and their logic is very flawed. They warn that as long as American mischief in the region continues, the waterway will not be safe for the transit of chemical fertilizer or even a single drop of oil and gas. Okay, so that's the verbiage and the reporting that's coming out of that Mayor news agency. And let's just see what Professor Google says about this agency. Okay, it's a semi-official news agency sponsored by the government of Iran, headquartered in Tehran. Okay, so the first one seems to be definitely controlled by the IRGC. This one seems to be controlled by the government, but guess who the government is now? We've been saying this for months. The government is the IRGC, with Mr. Bahidi being the top dog. As long as he's still among the living, that's who's in control of Iran. Let's see, and I'll just throw a let me see if I can find the article. Okay, so here you go right here. I mean, this is nothing new to us, as everybody here, normal viewers, we've been discussing for months who's truly in control of the country. So everybody that they're negotiating with, that Trump may or may not be actually talking to, it doesn't matter, because they're not in control of the country. The IRGC is in control, and as me and my buddy were discussing yesterday, it's never going to be in their best interest, the IRGC, to cooperate, negotiate, or anything like that, or give up any control. Now just think about this from a logic standpoint, right? Back in January, 2 nights of protests, and they killed, the numbers around 35,000 people. Now they shut down the internet, so a lot of this stuff didn't come out, and people aren't really remembering that. Now what the exact number is, who the hell knows? But it's anywhere from 6,000 to 36,000. Who knows? They killed a bunch of people for protesting. And if you go to some of these other activist sites, this one chick put together a really good video that showed pretty much they were protesting in every part of Iran. People were in the streets in droves protesting against these fucking animals. But if the IRGC were to ever give up control, what's going to happen to them? You know what I mean? If they give up this much control and the people start taking over, they'll have them guys strung up on the nearest bridge. Not only are they going to lose power and they're going to lose money and be a nobody, they'll be disbanded, but the population or the government's going to be like, hey, all right, now we get to try these guys, give them a fair trial and hang them. So these guys are never going to give up any power. It'll mean the death of them. They'll be nobody. They'll lose all their money. And then they'll probably get strung up. So they're never going to negotiate. They're never going to give up any power and let the civilians take over power. It would be stupid to, from their standpoint, because there's a good chance they're going to be put on trial and executed. So there you go. More people are coming out and saying it and agreeing with what you and I talked about months ago. Trump's negotiating with the wrong people. And I'm sure that the people up there in Tehran who want to make a deal are secretly telling Trump, hey, we want to make a deal, but I can't say that publicly, and if they find out I told you that, they're going to kill me. You guys got to come over here and take out these IRGC nutcases before anything's going to happen. That's just the way it is. So I still maintain until the IRGC's leadership and as an organization gets destroyed, it's just logic. There ain't nothing going to happen as far as peace or negotiation or people wanting to get along. It's not going to happen. The only way this is going to change is the destruction of the IRGC through force. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Here's another news agency. The Islamic Republic News Agency, Iran's official news agency since 1934. Okay, this is 10 minutes ago. We'll just throw that up there just to show some of their reporting. A large-scale human chain event titled the Self-Sacrificing Guardians of the Persian Gulf took place along Bandar Abbas's coastal boulevard on Monday morning. The gathering, which drew thousands of locals, was organized to demonstrate the public's unwavering readiness to defend Iran's territorial integrity and sovereignty. So let's go over here and let me see what Professor Google says about this news agency. News agency. Okay, according to Wikipedia, it's the official news agency of Iran, founded in 1934. Got 60 offices in Iran and 30 more in various countries around the world. Let's see. Initially founded as the Pars News Agency. So just throwing a sampling up there of their perspective and their reporting. And obviously they can't say what they want to say. If the people come out and say what they want to say, they run the risk of getting arrested and or executed just by disagreeing with these IRGC assholes. And the girl who did the video, she said, look, everybody's wearing masks or whatever. Okay, you want to go out and protest, but if they figure out who you are, you're going to get schwacked. So between the way the IRGC is ruling them with this iron fist and the internet blackouts, we sort of lose the picture and the memories of what just went down in January with these nutcases. Let's just not forget that. All right, I'll go over to your comments for a minute and catch up. Again, my buddy says I always go too quick. We'll put that up there and we'll discuss this interview in just a second. All right, let's see. Stereo Apple says Trump kills freaks then leaves more in charge. So it did little. And that's a good point. A lot of times it's just whack-a-mole. They take out the leadership, and I think this was the problem early on. Anytime you take out leadership, there's a void. And in countries like this, there's not always a clear continuity of government. And there's this power vacuum, and then what you have is everybody jockeying for power. And so there's that time and that internal fighting of who's going to be in charge. They're all fighting for power. So even if you wanted to negotiate with somebody, if you take out their leadership, there's a lag time before the dust settles and you figure out who's clearly in charge. And for me, it's clear. It's this Vahidi guy. If he's still among the living, in charge of the IRGC, that's the guy in charge of Iran. If you wanted to make any deals, that's the guy you would have to talk to. That's who they all have to talk to. But he's not going to be willing to make no deals. It's not in their best interest, any of them. Let's see. Trump said we overwhelmingly defeated them. Stop watching fake liberal news. I don't know if I would agree that we have overwhelmingly defeated them. If we had overwhelmingly defeated them, there wouldn't be any incidents going on. Now, with that said, I always bring back the point that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan a long time, and up until the end, people were still lobbing mortars or 107 rockets a couple times a week. Even after 10 years of having a fob there, there's still incidents. Well, the problem with these drones is that these drones are just basically 107 rockets or old mortars, that they historically lob 2 or 3 of them at a time on a weekly basis. The drones are basically 107 rockets with a 200-kilometer range. So even if we do overwhelmingly put the smackdown on them, you're still going to have elements. I hate to use the word insurgent because that's a marketing term. You're still going to have people pissed off who every now and then are going to send a damn drone and hit a cargo ship or hit a tanker. It's just the progression of the technology. Back in the day, they wouldn't have the range. They'd have to go to the coast to try to do it. They wouldn't be able to hit it. It's a moving target. Well, now drones are basically accurate 107s or mortars, right? Let's see. Come on back up, Victoria. How are you? Under the dogwood, how are you? Yeah, the big thing is the fertilizer. Every action has several reactions, blowback. The big thing is the fertilizer. If you start looking at some of the documentaries when they talk about the fertilizer, that really hasn't. We're not really seeing that yet. Obviously, it takes a while to grow crops, and so that lag time of the effect of the lack of fertilizer, we haven't experienced that yet. It's coming. And that's a huge one right there. So if we think food prices in a lot of places are high now, according to the documentaries I've seen, it's on the way because of the fertilizer issue. See Joe checking in from Alaska, starting a bath remodeling. Thanks for the live stream. Got it in the background. Listening to roosters. Steve-O says the absolute last thing I do when living in the PH is watching the news and looking at Twitter. What are you doing? Yeah, that's a good question. Historically, since I've been over here, I don't watch the news. I look at a few articles every day just to see, to make sure my I don't have my head in the sand, but I don't watch the news. But doing these live streams is sort of an education for me, number one, in many ways. I end up researching so many things that I wouldn't. And number two, it's made me very proficient in my live stream setup and teaching me how to use all this equipment. And I just said yesterday, if I walk into a bar and there's CNN or Fox News on, I'm out of there. I'm not listening to that crap. But this is a different setup. It's just like we're sitting here having a beer, drinking a cup of coffee, discussing the mysteries of life. Eventually, once I get my outdoor cooking station set up, all this scenery will change. It'll just basically be my studio, focusing on the cooking and the barbecuing and going back to that. But what this does also, like, the past week, it was coming a monsoon rain. I couldn't leave the house. Even if you go on the carport, right, there's rain blowing in. Okay, I'll sit here and talk about the mysteries of life and what's going on in the world instead of doing nothing. So that's a good point. You see Akron on a station. Okay, so let's go over to this interview with this gentleman. And we want the land invasion. And this is not just coming from this one guy, this one interview. It seems to be their attitude. Their attitude is we're just waiting. This is what we've been waiting on for decades. We welcome some type of land invasion because they seem to think that that's what's going to give them the upper hand. Whether they capture 200 troops and hold them as hostage and now they're in control. So they're very optimistic. What they're are they all bark and no bite? Do they got something up their sleeve? I don't know. I'm just telling you that from the reporting, they're not backing down. It's quite the opposite. Again, just from the attitudes, the statements, and the reporting. Are they just talking shit and talking smack? What it could be. But the general consensus is ain't nobody wanting to negotiate. Don't give a shit about negotiation. It's their attitude is fuck around and find out. That's their attitude. All right, hold on a second. I'll go down this article and see if anything is worth reading. Well, let's put it up there. Let's put it up there for the record, right? Tehran has spent decades preparing for and welcoming a U.S. ground invasion. And it's coming from this one interview. The Americans are planning an invasion. I'm not saying it will necessarily happen. I'm not saying it will necessarily happen in the next few days, but they have plans for an invasion. According to Mr. Morandi, who served as an advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiation team during recent talks with the U.S. and Pakistan. And he was on this interview here. But again, this is just one guy's interview, but when you look at their reporting, they're just sitting back waiting. Whether they carry them out or not, we'll see. But as you pointed out, the focus of Iranian strikes is on Bahrain and Kuwait, and then the southern area, bridges, roads, tunnels leading into Bandar Abbas or Bandar Abbas. But talking about Bahrain and Kuwait, because that's where most American assets have been placed for a ground invasion. Okay, so again, this gentleman this is just coming from the one interview, but all of the statements and the attitudes that you read from their side reporting It's the same tone. Scroll down here. And then they've got this, according to Morandi, Iran's military command is actively counting on a ground scenario and has since introduced a new weapon to the theater. Iran has that advantage. It's been accumulating missiles and drones for decades. And I think last night they introduced a new missile to the war. So they're getting hit hard, but they're ready for the ground invasion. Let's see, and Papa Smurf says the Iranians deserve a true leadership, not someone who has unalived 37K of their own people. Yeah, and again, that's... Somebody said yesterday, why you call them nutcases? Well, that's just my personal opinion, but we just quickly forget how many people they killed back in January alone just for protesting. You know, some 18-year-old wrestler sent out the wrong fucking tweet, got schwacked. I mean, you're not dealing with rational people. You're not dealing with rational people when they say, if you don't drive your boat up here next to our country where we can tax you, yeah, we'll just mine the area off of the other country where you have no choice. And then what I was just discussing earlier, you were sailing into an unsafe area, so we had to attack you. Do I need to give any more scenarios why the IRGC are nutcases? It's not the people over there. The people don't want them. But they're being ruled by some nutcases. That's just the way it is. Why don't they rise up? Well, they took to the streets for 2 nights and 35,000 of them got schwacked. It's a lot easier said than done. Let's see. Ann Wander says Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. He saved the world from a nuclear disaster. Potentially so. Do you want these same nutcases to have a nuclear weapon? My answer is no. I do not. With that said, it'd be nice if nobody had nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, that's not steeped in reality. A lot of people in the nuclear club, they could do some crazy shit as well, but it doesn't change the fact they're already in the club. I think that the U.S. and Russia should have banded together back when Russia developed the bomb and said, hey, let's make a pact. Nobody else is allowed to have this technology. Okay, we got it, you got it, we got missiles pointed at each other. That's enough on planet Earth. If anybody else tries to develop this technology, the pact we have is to destroy their program. I would have been quite all right with that. Well, this country's got the right to protect itself. Why would only the U.S. and Russia Soviet Union be able to protect themselves? Well, the world ain't always pretty and it ain't fair. But I think the world would be a lot better place if it were still just the U.S. and Russia who possessed nuclear weapons. There you go. That's what I think. I think it's more dangerous and it's more probable that something's going to cook off having multiple people in the nuclear club. Okay, Aviation Days brings up a good point. I haven't heard of a ship hitting a mine. I think they are bullshitting. Very well could be. All warfare is based on deception, according to Sun Tzu. That book, wrong side. That book right there, The Art of War. You don't have to lay the mines. You just have to not even tell people that you laid the mines. Just allude to the fact or be unclear as to whether or not you laid the mines and you've created the fear. You don't got to lay one mine. No ship has to ever hit a mine. You just have to not be clear and or already not be trusted, and everybody has to assume that you put some mines out there. Back during the negotiations, okay, are y'all going to remove the mines? Oh, we can't remember where we put them. You can't trust them motherfuckers. But and again, all warfare is based on deception. You don't trust nobody. You start trusting people like that on that level, well, you get played. So you have to assume that they laid some mines out there. What's the biggest motivator? It's fear. All right? Fear makes money. Fear will cause you to take a certain action or not take a certain action over any other element. So they've created that fear that the route is mine. And again, they probably, if they put 1, they put 100, they put 0, the threat is still there. You can't trust it. Alright, so with that, I'm going to do a quick check here. I'm going to see if I'm still operating in the green on all my equipment. Okay, let's see. Looks like I'm up on Kick. Looks like I'm up on Twitch. Let me check my YouTube platform here. 127 of y'all checking in. Thank you very much. Let me refresh the screen. Looks like I got 83 thumbs ups and 2 thumbs downs. Thank y'all very much. I'll take a thumbs down. Just as quickly as I will take a thumbs up. So I appreciate y'all very much. Okay, so let me see what else I got pulled up over here. I was talking yesterday how I don't think it's necessary for the military to tweet out a play-by-play of what the hell they're doing. You know, it's like looking at a schedule. It's like looking at a weekly schedule of what the hell they got going on. But here you go. Latest coming out of CENTCOM 4 hours ago. Today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. forces begin a new round of strikes against Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. Guys, we can leave that off. Res ipsa. It's a given. That's just extra words. What are the strikes designed to do? Further degrade Iranian military capabilities used to attack commercial shipping in the Strait. So that's the latest coming out of CENTCOM. And let me come over to some of my other sources here. From Iran International, the U.S. begins the 10th night of Iran raids as Trump vows retaliation for troop deaths. Put the summary up there. Stuff that pretty much we've already covered there. Let's pull back up the Tasman site, see if they've posted anything new. Okay, again, coming from the Tasnim news agency 12 hours ago. Then again, just attitudes coming out of there. They're ready for the ground invasion. No backing down. At least that's the message being put out from the Iranian media, which is controlled by the IRGC in some form or fashion. Okay, Redneck says Trump said we obliterated their ability to produce nukes last year. Okay, I think we've all realized at this point that DJT exaggerates, is very optimistic, overly optimistic, puts out some bullshit like every other government puts out. I think where he went wrong, as I was discussing yesterday, is he was flooding the stream and has flooded the stream. Y'all told me that term. Especially over on his platform, putting out way too much information. Initially, it was working in his favor to where the journalists couldn't keep up and dwell on something negative that he said or he screwed up. Because if they dwelled on it, it became yesterday's news. Well, that worked for a while. And I was just keeping up with his stream because all the other media outlets are just interpreting what he puts out on that Truth Social. I don't even go there no more. Several reasons. Number one, there's a million damn ads on that Truth Social. You refresh the screen, holy shit, you're clicking out of stuff. You're scrolling, your thumb and your click finger will get tired Xing out of ads before you get to his next message. It's a horrible platform. 10 times more ads than anything else. And then you finally get to one of his messages and it's about nothing important. So he screwed himself by putting out too much extraneous, useless information on that Truth Social platform. And oh, by the way, DJT, on your feed you shouldn't have any ads. Anybody else, okay, they're trying to make ads, but on your feed, man, you shouldn't have any ads. People shouldn't have to scroll through them ads to get to the point of what you're putting out as the President of the United States. So a couple screw ups there in putting the message out in the communications. Get rid of the ads, not on the whole platform. Okay, you got to make some money. Get rid of the ads on your feed, your stream, whatever, and go back to putting just the meat and potatoes out. Because right now it's just a messy plate of mashed potatoes, everything. You don't even know what's on the plate no more. So he screwed himself with that piece of communication. So I would pull it up, but I just don't feel like going through the hassle of trying to get down to something that's pertinent. Back over to your comments for just a second. Yeah, I mean, obviously their capability has been degraded. Okay, their military capability has been degraded. Is it obliterated? No. Has there been a lot of restraint during this whole thing? Well, of course. Yesterday, y'all didn't like me referring to Iran as a gas station, but look at it as a functioning gas station. It's a big-ass gas station that feeds a lot of the world. If you go in there and break the gas station, there's blowback to breaking the gas station. Okay? Yeah, you go in there and bomb Karg Island and destroy it. Holy shit, you're going to put a big hurting on them, obviously. But you're also going to hurt so many people in the world down the line. That's the blowback to it. So, there's been a lot of restraint shown by the U.S. on which targets they hit. And it's the evil of it. If Iran was not a functioning gas station, Okay, you go in there to destroy the place. Who gives a shit? Do you think they were this particular about targets in Afghanistan or other places that's not a big functioning gas station with the fourth largest oil reserves? So there has been a lot of restraint. I mean, it reminds me of a movie. You're fighting in a basement. How do you fight in a fucking basement? Well, how do you fight a war without directly breaking elements of the gas station? Okay? Because look at this. If the IRGC would go away today, the folks up in Tehran would negotiate. Things would calm down. You'd be able to make negotiations, concessions, everybody go back to making money. You're not going to do that when the guys with the guns don't want to. So what do? Start breaking pieces of the gas station that takes years or decades to replace? That's going to have such a trickle-down effect on so many people. That's not fair. So there is a quagmire here. There is a quagmire. But if you took out the gas station element, okay, put them in the dark. If you take away the IRGC, okay, now we can negotiate. So the trick is how to destroy the IRGC as an organization where the government of Iran can make deals and the people can go back to living their lives without fear of getting schwacked over a tweet. So it's a lot easy to say do this, but we all have to consider what's the blowback to that move and why aren't they doing it. Let's see, Guitar Jams, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, the thing about negotiations in general is you have to be negotiating with the person who has the power. I mean, the analogy that I've given many times is that, say you're negotiating with somebody over buying a car. You know, you meet this guy over Craigslist or what do they call that shit nowadays? Marketplace, whatever. You want to buy a car. And you're negotiating back and forth with this dude named Joe. You're negotiating with Uncle Joe over buying a car. And you finally, get the terms straight. You go take a look at it. Everything's in order. And then the last minute, when you go to get the title, you find out the title's in Grandma's name and Grandma don't want to sell the car. That's what's going on over there. When we say Trump's been negotiating with himself, okay, a lot of it's probably made up. Propaganda. What's propaganda? It's fake news. Some of it, he's been negotiating with people up there who want to cut a deal. But they're not the guys with the guns. They're not the ones, their name is not on the title. You're negotiating with the wrong people. Unless you take out the IRGC. That's how that works. Then you would be negotiating with the right people. So to cut a deal right now with Iran, you would have to go to this Ahmad Vahidi guy, and you could cut a deal. Is that cutting a deal with the devil? Yeah, but that's the only way to negotiate because he has the power. That's the ugliness in it. Your only other recourse is to destroy the organization. Now they have no power. Well, I mean, all nations honor agreements only as long as it's in their best interests. It's ink on paper until people decide that, we don't want to do that anymore. Ink on paper means nothing. So yeah, you can You could say the U.S. will honor nothing, but it's all about who's got the guns and who's got the balls to say, I'm not going by your rules no more. We're going to do our own thing. So Aviation Day says when you go to war, to win at all cost. Operation Stone Age and deal with the blowback, or don't go to war. That's one strategy. But again, I'm sort of a fan of the art of war. Sun Tzu says to invade somebody's country and break everything is not so good. I mean, that's the verbiage. The last part, it's not so good. It's better to take a country intact. To destroy everything is not so good. So there's two schools of thought. If you look at like a 20-year planning horizon, you go in and totally destroy a country, and now you got to rebuild the damn thing. You go in there, take it intact. It's just a transition of people in the office buildings. Speaking of the transition, I've talked about how China is going to take Taiwan. There won't be a round fired. There'll just be a massive drone fleet shut down the airspace. People who are already in place will take over the ministries. There could be 0 shots fired. They'll take over the airways, the media, all the streams, and there'll just be a loudspeaker saying, hey, the peaceful reunification is underway. Please remain in your homes. And a few hours later, it'll be done. There won't be a need for an invasion. They'll just shut everything down once they take over the ministries, and they'll just land at the airport and make the announcement. It'll be over. Alright, so everybody's battling it out in the comments there. You go over here and pull up the next item up for bid. Okay, the New York Times is this correct, where the New York Times is reporting that the Pentagon is concealing the true casualty numbers in Iran? Dozens of soldiers were reportedly injured in previously unreported strikes last week, according to the New York Times. Let me see if I can pull that up. It's coming from a different source, but they're saying it come from the New York Times. Okay, so yeah, there's the title of the article there. Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in the Iran war. Okay, now look, obviously you're going to withhold names until they're the families are properly notified. Is that the case? Or were they intentionally underreporting the injuries? Again, there's just more examples of the attitude and the tone that's coming out of all their news agencies. That gentleman right there's got a very brandable look. Senior Iranian military commander warned the U.S. on Sunday any further aggression, bullying, or savagery. It's just the same, too much blah, blah, blah. Everybody's saying the same thing from both sides. According to my Filipino wife months ago, she said, too much. I said, what do you think about all this? She said, too much blah, blah, blah. Just bomb them already and get it over with. But I think we'll all agree there's definitely too much talk. There's too much running of the mouth on both sides. Okay, back to your comments here. Somehow or another we got off topic talking about ladyboys. Let's see. Yeah, Stuart, yeah. There's no negotiation that's going to occur with the IRGC. The only way you're going to deal with that organization and those old players is by force. Now look at how old this dude is, right? How old is that dude right there? He could be anywhere from my age to, I don't know, 60. You're dealing with folks who are in charge who are not going to change their mind. They're older dudes, they're set in their ways. They're not up for anything progressive, or they don't give a shit about AI. These old guys are more, what's the word? Steeped in tradition. It's the principle of it. You're not going to deal with these guys. But if you start getting rid of some of these older guys, the younger folks they're not as steeped in tradition, and it's the principle of it. They're just worried about playing their damn video games. So a couple things. You either do away with the whole organization, or at least get some of these older hardliners out of the way. You start picking off the older hardliners where the younger, less senior leadership in there, and maybe you get a different outcome. But the outcome is going to continue to be the same as long as these old hardliners are still there. It's not rocket science. Alright, so if you're just joining us on the stream, we were talking about initially trouble on the high seas. So let me pull this up. I'll put that back up on the screen. This is what we first started talking about. Incident that happened yesterday out here in the West Philippine Sea. The Chinese Coast Guard was out there screwing with the Philippine Navy personnel in Ayungin Shoal. They're stationed on that BRP Sierra Madre. So the Chinese Coast Guard comes all the way down here from China, screwing with the sailors and the Marines out there. And obviously, if that's your post, you're going to confront them. And then wooden sticks and paddles get deployed, and one of the Philippine Navy personnel gets whacked in the head with a big stick. So the Strait of Hormuz, we got ships being hit with drones, projectiles on fire, and people abandoning ship. And then over here closer to where I'm sitting, we got the Chinese whacking people in the head with a stick. I don't even know which one's the lesser of two evils. Because on a grand scale, what's going on right here, this is the world's problem right here. Which way am I pointing? Like that. So I gotta right there. The CCP is the world's enemy. the world's problem, not these regional conflicts. In my mind, this is the real problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg with their plans of expansionism. Yeah, I see Guitar Jams in here. Big fan of DJT. Alright, I'll bite on this one. Still waiting for somebody to tell me what Trump did the last 18 months to make American lives better. I'll bite. You tell me what any politician has ever done in the history of politicians to ever make my life better. Don't worry. I'll wait. I'm prepared to wait for that answer till hell freezes over. Not nothing in the history of governments has any government ever done nothing for the average Joe. At least in my personal experience. When has anybody in the United States federal government ever done anything to make my life easier or put more money in my pocket? Not never. In the future, is any politician in the United States federal government going to do something to put more money in my pocket or make my life easier? Don't think so, Big Pimpin'. So you can sit there and yak DJT, but DJT is just the current face of the day. The next guy that sits in that chair, people gonna complain about him just like they complain about everyone before them, but none of them jokers up there in the Beltway has ever put no extra money in my pocket the day they took office or made my life easier. It's been quite the exact opposite. So just to sit here and jump on him, dude, you're right, but you're just stating the obvious. You're just Captain Obvious on every politician there is. That's just the way I look at it. You know, the pendulum swing, right? Pendulum swing from left to right. If you're too far on this side, there's chaos. If you're too far on this side, you're in a jail cell. Okay? Or if you're a ship, too far on this side, you're sitting safe in port, making no money. Too far on this side, you're out in a storm, about to take on water and go down. So the pendulum swings. Before Trump took over, the country was sinking. It was just in self-destruct mode. He's done a lot of things to try to correct that. Are all his decisions wise or working out? Well, of course not. Nobody's perfect. And the ship was going down at such a rate. It takes drastic measures. Drastic times call for drastic measures. So had he not gotten in there, we'd really be in bad shape. Has he made some mistakes? Obviously, they all do. But the pendulum needed to swing back the other direction. You know, from people arguing about what bathroom to use, the streets are out of control, the borders are wide ass open, all the ingredients to destroy a country. Well, you know, to say the man's a moron, that's just a personal opinion. But no politician's ever made our life better or put money in our pocket. The government just continues to grow. And I personally believe in what? I believe in less government, free speech, and cold beer. All right, so anyhow, if you're just joining me, what we're looking at is yesterday's incident out here at a Youngin Shoal. Chinese Coast Guards in the big white pontoon boat, and then the Philippine Navy's in the rubber dinghies. And the one Philippine sailor got whacked in the head with a stick. So they're battling it out with sticks and paddles. And the pontoon boat is ramming the rubber dinghy, the Zodiac, whatever. See, Intrepid says DJT remove the mandated tax if you don't want to pay $2K a month for Obamacare. Aviation Day says if China was smart, it would take Taiwan right now while the U.S. is consumed with Iran. Well, they've got a date to get it done by. They've got a hard date to get it done by, and the sooner the better. If you look at it from one standpoint, but every year they're getting stronger. So yeah, at some point they're going to be quite confident that they can do it no matter what opposition is. But from our standpoint, from the American standpoint, when it comes down to Taiwan, why do you want to fight over a rock with no real natural resources? What do they have going for them strategically is a chip manufacturing. You're moving that chip manufacturing out, getting other options open. Is it worth fighting over when it's right off the coast of China? So it's going to happen at some point. And I just think it's going to be a peaceful reunification, a big nothing burger. That's what I think. It's going to be such a nothing burger the way they take over the place. It's going to go down like that. Hardly a shot fired. The U.S. is going to allow it to happen. Man, it's just going to be yesterday's news very quickly. I think that's how it's going to go down. I could be wrong. I still think that the drone subs are just going to come out of the waters. They're going to shut down the airspace with drones so no aircraft can come or go. They're going to put armed drones like at every intersection, just telling everybody to remain indoors. The peaceful reunification is underway. Don't approach the drones. Just stay indoors. In a few hours, it'll be over with. They'll have a big press release and celebrations, and that'll be that. And you won't hear from Taiwan's leadership anymore. They'll be relocated somewhere. What's the alternative? The alternative is, let's just be straight about it. The alternative is the U.S. is going to go to war with China over a rock that's right off of China's coast. Is that in anybody's best interest? I mean, the folks on Taiwan are going to tend to disagree, but look at how messy that situation could get. Is the juice worth the squeeze? You know, the gringos come back over here in force. They're going to take Taiwan. You go firm everywhere else. All right, so everybody's battling it out in the comments over here. See, Texan69, how you doing? Ask what's the weather doing in the Philippines? Well, that's a good question, man. I tell you what, we'll just change this topic for a little bit. Go over and check out the weather conditions here in the Philippines. I've got everything pulled up here. Just got to refresh the page. I'll tell you exactly what the weather's doing. Okay, first off, let's go to the Windy app. So as you can see, I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's just a beautiful, quiet day here. No rain. Not even really a breeze going on. I don't know the exact temperature, but they're reporting 27 degrees in Olongapo. I mean, I'm sitting here with a fan on, windows open, not sweating, but in the same sense, I'm not really cold right now. So it's still beautiful weather. Let's see, with that said, let's go over to the next site here. This is Zoom Earth. You refresh the screen so you can look at the cloud cover. Not too much going on. I'm not sure, I haven't been paying attention if there's anything forming out this way. Let's check out AccuWeather. Just make always some weather out there, but nothing too crazy going on. And then this is the panahan.gov.ph. It's the like a local version of Windy, and it's just a great app. So a little bit of weather off to the east of the bow right there, but our weather is fine. Our weather is wonderful, nothing going on. Come over here to Pagasa. Obviously no cyclone or typhoon activity or anything like that. And then no weather advisories. And I don't have a camera set up facing out because I got the sun coming right there. I got to wait till the sun gets high enough where I can put the camera. But there you go. That's your updated weather report here in the Philippines, where I'm at on Subic Bay. No rain, just sort of a nice day. Frank, how you doing? Thank you very much. Fabian, how are you? Rokon checking in from Montana. Mr. Gary says they identify as distinct people separate from the mainland Chinese. That's their perspective. The Chinese view them as a breakaway province. And they're the ones that's got the guns. I'm not a betting guy, and I've been wrong on many things before, but I think logic says at some point there's going to be a peaceful, put that in air quotes, there's going to be a peaceful reunification. Any other course of action would be very scary. And would the juice be worth the squeeze, especially to the American people? That's just my personal opinion. The Philippines is a different story. Okay? They're not coming here without a fight. The Taiwan is a different animal altogether. Fabian says it's raining in Albuquerque. All right, y'all still battling it out over there. All right, so again, if you're just joining us, we were talking about trouble on the high seas initially. A couple of incidents over there in the Strait of Hormuz. One ship on fire and adrift, and the sailors abandoned ship. And then here closer to where I'm sitting, you got this going on with the Chinese out there in the West Philippine Sea. That's according to the Philippine News Agency. And let's see, this article was updated, well, just now. Senators condemn Chinese Coast Guard assault on Navy personnel at Ayungin. The attack, carried out using a wooden pole, was not an isolated incident, but a dangerous escalation against Filipino troops performing legitimate duties within the country's maritime jurisdiction. They call for stronger and concrete government measures to protect Philippine personnel, stressing that the country's preference for restraint and peace should never be interpreted as weakness. So that's the news. The incidents I've watched throughout the years, those guys out there, they use so much restraint. They just sit out there and just take the beating from the Chinese. I don't know what their orders are. I don't know what their rules of engagement are. But the Chinese come out there and screw with them and screw with the fishermen. And that's what goes on. They just take the beating. They take the abuse from the Chinese. The question from the American standpoint, as an American, your question and mine is, at what point do they invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty? I mean, another nation is clearly attacking the Philippine military. At what point does this Mutual Defense Pact get invoked? That's the question. Let's see, Intrepid says, I need a mod to do their job on this chat. Yeah, the problem is I believe in free speech. And the thing about free speech, it's a double-edged sword at times. But with free speech, and I allow people to battle it out, they self-identify further as to who they are, what their beliefs are, and then there's no question about it. I can easily ban people with one click. There's a word right there. It says ban. You'd be gone. Very few people I ban on this channel throughout the years. Usually if they're just attacking others and there's no value to it. Or if I think they're a bot or something like that, or they just created their account yesterday. But with letting people talk, they self-identify as to who they are. They can't keep their mouth shut. You know what I mean? It's like you're interviewing a suspect. Just shut your mouth and let the guy talk. A lot of new cops or intel guys or whoever, interrogators, they run their mouth too much. Just shut up. Shut up, sit back. The guy will start talking and telling on himself. You ain't got to ask the first question. So yeah, a lot of people have said, hey, you need a moderator, what have you. I've never had a moderator. I don't even know how to set it up. So I put people in timeout. You can put people in timeout over there. Maybe I demonstrate that for a minute. Guitar Jams, are you willing to be put in timeout for a few minutes so I can demonstrate the feature? Oh, thank you very much for volunteering. I appreciate it. Usually that's all I do. I put people in timeout. And there's like a setting on here. You can actually throttle the comments that come through. You can click a setting. I don't know. It allows you to only comment like once every 30 seconds or once every minute. I never hit that. And maybe I should. Maybe that's just slow the dialogue down between two people like we're seeing going on right now. Let's see, you can't handle the truth. See, Living Blank, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Let's see, GA Party 1, talking about an ant problem. Man, we talking about true worldwide issues here, man. We're trying to save planet Earth. You worry about the ants down there. How about this? Get some pine saw. Get some pine saw and sweep, mop, clean, keep everything pristine. You won't have no ant problem. That's all you got to do. If I got an ant problem here, it's usually because Big Pumpkin in her ways has put some old ass food back somewhere. And Filipinos do this shit all the time. Every now and then you got to go through your whole kitchen, pull everything out, and you will find so many pieces of leftover food, a rotten mango, a rotten apple. There's a banana over here. There's leftover bagaong. That's why you got ants. You need to just take everything out of your cabinets, sanitize it, because your Filipino wife has squirreled some stuff away and forgot about it, and that's what's attracting the ants. That's what I got to do to Big Pumpkin over here. Somebody out there making all that noise. Sound like they dropped the toolbox. Let's see. Jay says when all is said and done, DJT will go down as the worst. Let's see. Well, and Mr. Gary says the thinking is if Taiwan falls, the PI is next. It's a stepping stone. That's one way of looking at it, but the other way of looking at it is, and again, this is just from a logical standpoint, right? If something is way out there where the juice is not worth the squeeze, the outcome is not 100% certain. Hey, Big Pumpkin coming in here, beautiful girl, bringing me some of that. You want to say hello to everybody? Come here, baby. You got your shirt with a bra on. You're appropriate for the broadcast. Say hello to everybody.
Hello, everyone.
This is my beautiful old lady. Now, baby, a gentleman was asking about ants in the kitchen, right?
Oh.
And it's usually because you leave some bagaong hiding in the back of the cupboard, or a carrot or potato that's 3 months old, something. Look at that, folks. Old girl brought me some coffee. My goodness. Talking about ants and coffee. Back to saving the planet here. Is Taiwan going to war? The U.S. going to war with China over Taiwan? Is the juice worth that squeeze when it can get very messy very quickly? Or is it better to just, and look, I'm just playing logic here. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but is it better to write that off as a loss, go firm in the PI? Hold on a second, folks. Force G's coming to visit. Hey, buddy. Papa's doing a live stream, man. We're trying to save the planet. So he's been in there with his mama watching Dave and Ava, or Young Sheldon. If you ever watch that Young Sheldon, what a great show. They love watching that, and we sort of use that as language training for the kids. Thanks, buddy, for seeing Papa. Okay, back to Taiwan. And you can use any place. But if that small landmass is not worth starting World War III over, you write that off, you go firm in the PI, and that's where you go firm. Option 2, go to war with China over Taiwan, a small rock right off their coast with no natural resources. Did I mention the world ain't fair? But if you were in charge, what would you do? Would you be willing to go to war with China over Taiwan? All right, Papa Smurf says China wants Taiwan, but the USA won't let it happen. Leave Taiwan people alone, CCP. Yeah, in a perfect world, it would be nice if that happened, but it's not going to happen. It's a pride thing. It's already put in place. It's personal. It's gonna happen. And then the question is what I just talked about. I think eventually it's going to be a peaceful reunification. The U.S. is going to let them do it through some backdoor negotiations. Move them back over here in force. We'll see. Yeah, and it's okay, folks. Talking about whether you're a Trump fan or not, some people are fans, some are not, some are indifferent. No different with any other president. We got people who are passionate about it both ways. So again, if we just allow everybody the chance to express themselves, at some point they feel better. You know what I mean? Sometimes I get pissed off. I fire up this camera for the purpose of venting to you fine folks, and after the stream, I do feel better. And then Kel says, why is the U.S. prepared to destroy the world over Israel but not Taiwan? That's a good question. But again, the world is not a fair place. We want it to be, but it's not. There you go. 23 million folks in Taiwan. Hell yeah. Move them all to the USA. Everybody pack up. Let's send some big ass cargo ships over there and take all the people, move them to the USA, bomb all the chip factories and say, hey, China, here you go. All right. Bring some bulldozers in here, clean up the rubble. You can have it. I'm all for it. Nothing against the Taiwanese people, okay? Everybody over there is wonderful. But they've got a huge problem, and it's called China, that ain't going to go away. They're only getting stronger. It's personal. If they don't do it, too many people are going to lose face. And I guess it's kind of hard to explain. If you've never been in the Middle East or Asia, Southeast Asia, you don't understand the power of face. You don't understand how much face the Chinese are going to lose if they don't eventually reunite Taiwan. I didn't understand it as an American until I started living over here for a long time. And the analogy that I use is like if you ask anybody in this region, you got two options. I can either insult you in public, verbally, in front of a room full of people, or we can go out back where nobody will see it and I'll physically hit you in the face. I think most people would choose to get hit in the face in private than to be verbally embarrassed in public. That's the power of face. Where in America, in the West, we're brought up sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It's a different way of thinking and perception. So they don't reunite Taiwan, holy shit, the face that they're losing. Yeah, losing face is not an option. And folks, I read the reports too. People talk about how the Chinese economy is on the brink of collapse. You don't really know what to believe. But when you have everybody agree that they can build 1,000 ships and we can build 3, think about that. They can build 1,000 ships, we build 3. How physically would you be able to defend Taiwan against that monster right next door? Okay, so let's ask this question. If Taiwan had zero chip manufacturing, would the U.S. be as motivated about protecting them from China? If Iran had zero oil, would we be having this conversation today? Yeah, I was looking at this graph yesterday about the U.S.'s ship producing capacity. And somebody pull it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not even 1% anymore. Is that correct? Like you had China up here and then South Korea, and then it went on down into the others category. The others category that don't even list all the countries, and somewhere in that others category was the United States. If I remember, it wasn't even 1%. Yeah, it's just China. It's not rocket science. China's got the advantage. Taiwan is right off their coast. They have us beat in every manufacturing capability there is. Okay, it's right there. They already have people, boots on the ground there. They probably have enough people in place to implement the strategy I just talked about. You're just going to saturate the area with drones to deny any aircraft coming or going. The people from within are going to take over the ministries, arrest all the people who are in charge. They'll set armed drones down in the street where everybody has to go inside. They can't rise up. And they'll just be broadcasting a message. The peaceful reunification is underway. Please remain in your homes. It'll be over in like 3 hours. And it'll be major news, and people will be like, what the hell just happened? It happened that quick. Like they're over there building these landing barges that serve as piers. You know, they've got them on satellite, building them and testing them or whatever. I think that's just the decoy. It's not going to be necessary. Not going to be necessary to land hundreds of thousands of troops on the shores to take over Taiwan. Okay, there you go. The Owl's Nest Garage. According to Mike Rowe, the U.S. needs 400,000 welders for the ship and sub manufacturing. I saw that clip. It helped me tell the story, but basically somebody was talking to Mike Rowe and said, hey man, can you help out? You know, we need more welders. And he's like, yeah, sure. How many do you need? I guess trying to recruit kids to get into trade school to be welders. And the guy said we need 400,000. 400,000 welders. Yeah, I say the reunification will take less than 3 hours from start until it's over. The airspace will be shut down for less than 3 hours before it reopens. Drones and limited personnel, people who are already there. Okay, Mr. Gary says China is building cargo ships up to troop carrier specifications. I think it's I think it's just the decoy. I saw this one clip where, what was it, around Christmas time? You know, China sends all these cargo ships out and to do crazy things, to line up or what have you, to be like a blockade. And they did something crazy back in Christmas where they lined up somewhere where they'd never lined up before. Steve said they'll just blockade Taiwan. Yeah, I just think it's going to be quick, and once they take it over, there's a lot difference between defending ground versus retaking ground. It's going to be quick. They're going to take it, and then the U.S. is not going to go over there and retake it and go force on force with China. It's not worth the world's best interest in that situation. They have the advantage. What's the U.S. doing? They're coming back over here in this region to the other islands and reinforcing those islands. Putting folks, equipment, rebuilding runways in other places. Because they know they're going to take Taiwan. It's a lost cause at some point. We have to be everywhere else. And that's what's going on. But I mean, I'll say this. Most of us will see this outcome within our lifetime. They've got to do it by what? 2047. How many years is that from now? Has to be done. They're going to lose face. They're going to do it a lot sooner. Let's see, Van Turner says, I know a welder who makes $250K a year on the drilling rigs in North Dakota. No high school diploma. Good for him, man. Good on him. I'm glad he's making that money. All right, so Owl's Nest, he said countrywide we need around 6 million welders. Now, how the humanoid robots are going to play into that welding aspect, who knows? I mean, the younger generation, I mean, how do you get these kids who won't get off the couch and off their little texting devices to want to go out and do a hard job? You know, I mean, welding, it's a long day's work. I used to do a little welding myself. You know, anything of that nature. How do you get this younger generation want to go out there into the grind and have to work and sweat? Well, I guess if you offer them $250K, a lot of them would get up off the couch. But I don't think we have enough kids to fill those numbers. Those are huge numbers. 400,000 just in the shipbuilding industry. That's what Elon Musk said. There's no way we can compete with China. Mathematically speaking, they have more people. They have more people. Therefore, there's more man hours just out of the sheer numbers that allows them to outproduce us. I mean, that's not rocket science. Even a redneck like me can understand, hey, if I myself am trying to paint this house, how many days would it take me? But if there's 50 rednecks here with a paintbrush, how long is it going to take? Well, that's what you're up against with China. They just have more people than everybody else. So naturally, they're going to beat us just in those numbers. You know, plus... you know, the way they do business in those factories is brutal. What American is going to work under those conditions? You've already seen it in, you know, some of these chip factories. I've read a few articles how there's that clash of cultures in these factories with folks coming over, you know, and what they said, you know, Americans they're just not working as fast as we need them to work. And then the American's perspective is, you know, you're making us work too hard. There's a lot of difference of working conditions in a factory in China than there are in the U.S. So they have us beat. the culture of how they work in the factories and the sheer number of people. We can't compete with that from a manufacturing standpoint. There you go. A good question. Frank, how did we do it in World War II? Different generations, different mindsets, proper motivation. We did it back then. But the question is, if we had to do it again, could we do it? And even on Mike Rowe, in another conversation he was having with, what's the guy's name? Palmer Luckey. And the question that they were talking about was, if World War II happened again, do we have 1 million soldiers of that mindset to take the beaches of Normandy? And they both agreed, no. We don't have that many kids these days with that same mindset. 17, 18, 19-year-olds who will go storm the beach with MG42s raining down on them. No. That was their conversation. And so apply that to the manufacturing. If something severely happened, would everybody in America mobilize to go back to the World War II era manufacturing capability? See, Eli, how you doing? See, so we're slowly spinning up some chip manufacturings in the U.S. So TSM is in Arizona, and then Samsung, to diversify away from Taiwan. I mean, let's just be honest about things, folks. I've talked about this before. Why do people care about Venezuela? There's oil there. Why are we talking about Iran? Because of the oil. Why are we talking about Taiwan? Because of the chips. If there were no chips there, we wouldn't be talking about it. The world ain't fair. It's a very selfish place. Why aren't we discussing some country in the middle of Africa right now? Why? Because they're not the fourth largest oil reserve in the world, or the first. That goes to Venezuela and Iran. All right, Chubb Sound says, saw a CBS report saying that current U.S. injuries exceed 100. And that was what was being asked earlier. Are they intentionally downplaying the number of injuries to influence American opinion? I think we'll all agree there's been a lot of bola put out by both sides. So at this point, I don't think we know what to believe. All these fires on these carriers and all the problems with some of our ships and the stories that we were told. Was it bullshit just to keep American opinion up? I mean, that fire on the Gerald Ford that burned longer than, that thing burned for a long time. The story we got was what? It was a laundry room fire. And Frank says, if the USA is attacked, we would fight. Yeah, I don't see any country doing real well trying to come to the U.S. They put boots on the ground. If it's force on force. I mean, hell, we kill each other for sport. And unfortunately, we're pretty damn good at it. Let's see, Fabian. Well, let me look at the top of my screen, man. It's 10:11 a.m. July 21, 2026 here in the Philippines, my local time. So Aviation Days is yeah, I've heard all kind of crazy stories. Who knows what was actually going on? Okay, let me go over and see if we got something new on any of these Twitter sites here. Alright, so we talked about this worldwide caution and alert update for U.S. citizens abroad yesterday or the day before. And then after that, they issued one for Bahrain specifically. And then 53 minutes ago, they've put this out again. So are they just double tapping what they've already put up? It looks like pretty much the same. It's the same tweet they put out before. So I don't think that's anything new. Anything new? They're just double tapping it. But there you go, right there. If you're not tracking on that, there's a worldwide caution alert and update for U.S. citizens abroad going on, according to the U.S. State Department. Personally, I would not change my travel plans based on that alert. But just be aware that that's what the Department of State is putting out right now. Hey, John, man, how you doing? Checking in from Oregon. Midnight Alchemist, how are you? Yeah, Eli's talking about Elon Musk talking about putting data centers in orbit. Then I saw a documentary where they're thinking about putting them in the ocean. You know, there's a lot of heat generated. Put them in the ocean, keeps them cool. The big challenge with that is when something breaks, how do you replace it or work on it? Something fails. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, I think wasn't it true that the Ford had been at sea longer? Didn't they break the record for being at the sea, being out at sea? Aviation Day says, I'm in Norfolk where the sailors are based on the Ford. They were shitting on the deck in porta potties because the shitters were backed up with t-shirts. I mean, that's I discussed where some of the sailors were tweeting out pictures of their food and crying to their mamas that the food sucked. You know, my point was, hey, you're sort of in the middle of a war. You're tweeting out pictures of your damn warm chow to your mother, to the point that it got up to the Secretary of War where he had to address this shit. So it goes back to, if we had to take the beaches of Normandy today, do we have the same number of young men with the same mindset to pull it off? And again, Palmer Luckey, Mike Rowe said, no, we don't. I don't think we do. If this story is true, you got sailors fucking up the plumbing system because they want to go home, flushing t-shirts. I don't think the Chinese have that same problem on their ships. Yeah, eventually the stories will come out. Eventually the stories will come out, but you know, do I believe the laundry room fire? It's possible, but come on, you're in the middle of a conflict. They're shooting drones and missiles, and you got a damn laundry room fire that burned for however long it burned. The thing to make you go, Okay, Eli says automation will help the U.S. compete like we did in World War II production. Okay, well, automation, the humanoid robots, all that stuff is coming, but I talked about yesterday. It was an article on a Chinese site, but it was in San Diego or San Francisco, where 2 humanoid robots did a gallbladder surgery removal on 2 pigs. There was 2 robots that did the one op, just them, and then there was an op where I think 1 surgeon, human, and 1 humanoid robot assisted, and they did gallbladder surgery on these pigs. Okay, somebody mentioned, hey man, we've had these surgical robots in the U.S. for 10 years, what have you. Okay, got it. What the kicker was that each one of those robots cost was less than 14,000 US dollars coming out of China. Whereas a lot of these purpose-built surgical robots in the US, what are they, millions of dollars, $1 million? Those robots operating were 14 grand a piece. Now think about once they iron out all the kinks in those robots, what's it going to do to the cost of surgery in the U.S.? Well, anywhere in the world, for that matter. Okay, I get it. Surgeries are very expensive. Well, you got expensive equipment. But how much is a gallbladder surgery going to be when the hospital or the surgeon just has less than 30 grand invested in 2 robots that are going to do the whole damn job? Oh, by the way, they don't get tired. Oh, by the way, they can work 7 days a week. Oh, by the way, they can work 24 hours a damn day. What's that going to do to the cost of getting your gallbladder removed or whatever? 14 grand coming out of China. Hey, the Owl's Nest, man. We'll see you on the next one. You have a good night, my friend. Folks, looks like I've been live for a couple hours. If you're just joining me, the initial point of the topic was there's trouble on the high seas. That's coming out of the Philippine News Agency, the government news agency. This went down yesterday with sailors from the BRP Sierra Madre. When the Chinese Coast Guard came over there in that pontoon-looking boat, screwing around with them, there was a little skirmish where one of the sailors got hit in the head with a wood stick. So just the latest going on over here. Not the first incident, won't be the last. Just the most recent incident that just happened yesterday. You can see the little pontoon boat ram the Zodiac, and then they battled it out with paddles and sticks. See, David, how are you? And Intrepid, we were just talking about robots can operate anywhere. Yeah, it may get to the point where, more invasive type procedures are just at your doctor's office. He's got his own little mini operating room. Who knows? Because that's going to get automated too. That's going to get cheaper as well, the whole process. So you just got the human surgeon sitting back as like a director of the band, and robots are doing all the damn work. You can obviously do more procedures per day. What's that going to do to the cost? And we were talking about servers. Microsoft tried putting servers in submerged concrete containers. They gave up on the idea. Yeah, imagine if World War I and World War II soldiers had cell phones. Then GA Party 1 still worried about how to get rid of the ants. I tell you, man, clean the kitchen. Clean the kitchen with some pine saw and tell your Filipino wife to stop putting bagaong, behind the soup cans where you can't see it. It's attracting the ants. Singapore Dan, how you doing? Let's see, Warner Wolf says it was a long play by the Chinese. Yeah, I mean, folks, we're not saying it's right or wrong. It's just there's the way things should be. There's the way things we hope that they are. There's fair, but you know what? Ain't nothing in the world fair. It's who's got the guns. Who's got the biggest gun, who's willing to use it. That's usually who gets to write history. There you go, lanes away. Unfortunately, the current state of the U.S. is laughable. Our future generation could not stomach going to war. Well, according to the conversation we're having, you got sailors flushing shit down the toilet to try to get the deployment ended sooner. People complaining about their food on board a ship eating hot chow. David says, I'm out. All right, man. We'll see you on the next one, buddy. Go over here to the news agency, see if they put anything else out about this incident. Okay, so we're getting some reaction from the U.S. here. United States condemns the dangerous and escalatory Chinese actions near Ayungin. China's actions in the South China Sea threaten regional stability and stand in sharp contrast to Philippine forces' professionalism and discipline, said U.S. Ambassador to the Philippines, Lee Lipton. We join the Philippines' call for China's Navy, Coast Guard, and maritime militia to stop their illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive actions in the South China Sea. Chinese Coast Guard rigid hull inflatable boat, that's the white one you're seeing on the screen, I keep calling it a pontoon boat, with 8 personnel from Chinese Coast Guard vessel 21560, unlawfully approached within close range of the BRP Sierra Madre at Ayungin Shoal on Monday. Now, if you're not familiar with the location, let me put it up there. That's the BRP Sierra Madre that they beached. It's just a rusting hull beached out there so they can have a permanent presence. This is Palawan right here, part of the Philippines. This is well within the Philippines economic zone, and up there is China. So China gonna sail their boats way on down here and fuck with the sailors and the Marines stationed aboard this ship inside the Philippines. Now, if you're not familiar, the Chinese have drawn this line with 9 dashes right here and claim that the whole South China Sea belongs to China. I'll pull it up in a second because I call it the limp dick line. If you look at it, it looks like this is like a big belly and it's a limp dick. Anyhow, so their 9 limp dick line, they claim the whole South China Sea. Recently, some of their scholars have discovered ancient documents saying that the Batanes also belongs to China. They're just making shit up. They're just making shit up on their expansionism plans. And it's not just here. It's a much grander scale. That's why I keep telling y'all. the CCP is the world's enemy. Everything else is regional. It can be dealt with. These guys here are the monster that just keeps growing. And again, nothing against the people. It's not the people. It's the government. Okay, so let me see if I can find a good depiction of the China's their limp dick line. So let me just read something about it. The 9-dash line, also referred to as the 11-dash line by Taiwan, contains a lot of contested areas, not just with the Philippines, but with several countries. So if you go back in the history of the thing, let's see. A 1946 map showing a U-shaped 11-dash line was first published by the Republic of China, 1947. 1952, Mao Zedong decided to remove 2 of the dashes, so it became a 9-dash line. So they're sitting there counting dashes on this line. See the ridiculousness of that? You just take a map, draw a line on there. Okay, that's ours. All right, let me take a map and just draw 20 dashes around China. Now that's owned by me, the Kingdom of Marquitos. So it's a 20-dash line. And again, recently was the 10th anniversary of when they got ruled against in the arbitration dispute. A few days ago, they put out this AI video, very racist in nature, depicting local folks here. There's no shame in their game. Let's see, their line covers roughly 90%. So they claim roughly 90% of the South China Sea. They just said, we'll take it all. It all belongs to us. Here you go. Here's Dr. Google says, first appeared on Chinese maps in 1947, stating that its sailors explored the region hundreds of years ago. That's why it belongs to them. All right, we'll change gears and then let's go over to see if there's anything new happening over in the Strait of Hormuz. Pull up the reports here. This is from that UK MTO organization. So these are the 2 attacks that happened yesterday. The one ship was hit. It was on fire. They were adrift, so the sailors abandoned ship. It got scooped up by a tugboat, and it's still adrift on fire as of the last reporting. The other one got hit, but they're okay. Just took a little bit of damage. So this is the most recent one. Tanker is reporting over channel 16. It has been struck by a projectile in the strait. Okay, so damn, this is breaking news here. Reported that the crew have abandoned the vessel and are currently embarked in a lifeboat. So we got 2 ships in 2 days where the crew has had to abandon ship. Let's see, so that's a tanker. I don't see where they clarify what type of ship the one yesterday was. Do y'all see that? But this one here is clearly a tanker that's hit and they've abandoned ship. No environmental impact has been reported. How can you go with that when the ship is adrift? This one's on fire. A little premature to say that there's no environmental impact. But it's good to hear that the crew is safe in lifeboats and the other crew got picked up by a tugboat. Okay, let's see if the Iranian media is reporting anything on the new ship incident. All right, I'll put this up there again, just in case you just joined us. This is from Mehr News Agency, coming out of Iran, influenced by the Iranian government, the IRGC. And this is the verbiage. Now look, there's a little bit lost in translation. Somebody's got to sit down and translate this. But the point we were talking about earlier, 2 tankers explode in unsafe route. Okay, so basically the IRGC blew up 2 oil tankers after the vessels attempted to enter and exit an unsafe and accident-prone route. Nutcases. You're going somewhere it's unsafe. You might get hurt, you might get injured, so we're just going to blow you up. Chop off the head to cure the headache. They got no sense. Nutcases. That's their logic, their reasoning. I mean, what other reason could you give for blowing up these ships? Okay, that's coming from the Fars News Agency. We've mastered recognizing U.S. games. We're fully prepared. So again, the messaging, the message coming out of Iran is we're prepared, we're waiting, we welcome a ground invasion. Are they just running that flapper and secretly praying that hope to hell they don't call our bluff? Or do they truly think that they're ready? And they make a good point. They've had decades to prepare. We all have our opinions, but in my honest opinion, China will take Taiwan with little to no military force required. It'll be a very quick, peaceful reunification. That's how they will brand it. It'll be over within 3 hours. Airspace closed to airspace open, 3 hours. The U.S. will not try to retake the island. There you go. Been wrong before. Kuya Steve, how you doing? Yeah, here we refer to it as the West Philippine Sea. To basically counter part of China's branding. Here it's the West Philippine Sea. But a lot of times when I say that, people get confused. You know, growing up, learning stuff, it's South China Sea, right? But the sea to the west of the Philippines, here you refer to it as the West Philippine Sea. Sort of like how, you know, here when the power goes out, it's a brownout. That's it. There's one term: power out, brownout. There's no differentiation between a blackout, a brownout. People ask that all the time. It's just here, no electricity, brownout. Yeah, China don't care if we think they're wrong. They don't give a shit. They don't care what anybody else thinks. They're gonna do what they want to do. That's it. The U.S. cannot do a thing about China once they decide to take over Taiwan. It's not worth it. We may condemn it, but that's about as far as it's going. Yeah, we'll condemn it and make a big blah 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 blah, but nobody's going over there to try to retake the island. It would not be in our best interest to do so. What is in our best interest? Defend the islands that we're already on. Let's see, Kel, I just saw your question. Let me put that back up on the screen. I'll explain who's who. There you go, right there. The Chinese are in the big white pontoon boat, and the Philippine Navy, they're in the Zodiac, the little rubber dinghies. So you see the paddles waving. That's from the Philippine sailors. And then the big stick or whatever they got, that's from the Chinese. The Chinese are in the white boat with the life jackets on, the road guard vest type jackets. Now, where are they? Okay, the guys in the rubber boat, the Philippine sailors, they're stationed out there. They're at their duty station when these Chinese dudes from the Coast Guard ship roll up in the pontoon boat, fucking with them, instigating problems. So the Chinese media is going to put out that they were unprovoked. The Philippines provoked them. This is their duty station. This is where they're stationed in the Philippines. They come a long way to instigate this, but it's not new. It's nothing new. It's not the first time. It's not the last time. At least this time, the dude got whacked on the head. Hopefully he'll be okay. In a previous incident, one guy lost his thumb. And again, the U.S. has condemned the dangerous escalatory Chinese actions that we're talking about. I think the Chinese would have been, the CCP would have been smart to do it during the last few months of the Biden administration when there was nobody at the wheel. But again, we look at everything, I'm an American, so when I say we look at everything from an American way of thinking, shock and awe. Audie Murphy. If you read and study The Art of War, Where's it at? You read and study The Art of War, which obviously the Chinese study that. They're very proud of that, and that's what they follow. The Art of War is quite the opposite. Whereas we as Americans, our heroes are what? Again, John Wayne, Audie Murphy, all the war heroes, right? The big battles, the shock and awe. But you study The Art of War, and it's quite the opposite. It's like the mindset of the smartest generals with whom get the most respect are the ones who don't fight. Anybody can go out and pick a fight. But if you can win the conflict without fighting, outsmarting the person where you don't even have to fight them, that's who gets the respect if you study this philosophy. Not the guy who goes out and, fights a battle and loses 10,000 soldiers. And we look at things quite differently. I just don't think most Americans understand that. Most Americans haven't read The Art of War. It's just a totally different way of thinking. And again, I think what I'm going to do, I've been saying it many times, I'm going to read that book. It's not that long. I say a book. It doesn't take you very long to read it. But this particular version here has a version with footnotes and notes and like explanations. It's pretty awesome. Maybe I just fire up a live stream one day and read The Art of War. Talk about it. Yeah, I'm surprised the PI doesn't deploy some drone dinghies labeled approach at your own risk. Yeah, there you go. I think the question from a logic standpoint, the big question is, well, there's two questions. I mean, number one, at which point does the Mutual Defense Treaty with the U.S. get invoked? That's the question. What's the threshold? What's it going to take? Because we just got a guy whacked in the head. You had a guy get his thumb chopped off. The Chinese crashed into one of their own boats, and some people were missing or killed. I don't think we got the full story. This has the potential at some point, I hope it doesn't, but at some point, somebody out there is going to get seriously hurt and or killed. I mean, crashing that boat into the dinghy, somebody could have easily just got crushed, went overboard, and drowned. Now you got a death out there. Does that invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty? And it's a question. What's the threshold before they say, hey, we got a guy out here who got killed, we're invoking the treaty, and now the U.S. Navy's out there. Not that they already aren't, doing drills and stuff, but the defense treaty hasn't been invoked. So that's my question. What is their threshold? And I think it's just a matter of time with what they're doing and what I'm seeing. It's a matter of time before somebody out there gets seriously hurt and or, they probably get smushed or whatever and end up drowning. Then what? See, Gregory, how you doing? Let's see, Van Turner says, my family was American before America was a country. And Frank says a death will do it. Maybe that's the threshold. They're just out there taking a beating, trying to downplay everything, keep everything calm. But if somebody's family member out there gets killed, there's obviously You would assume there's going to be a local outcry over that. Then what? All right, let's see what else is happening. Change gears for a second, go back to talking about the Strait. Refresh on AlJazeera.com, see what they're coming up with. All right, this is the latest coming out of Al Jazeera. Iran attacks Bahrain and Kuwait. 2 tankers in Hormuz are on fire. Doesn't seem that anybody's backing down. Going quite the opposite direction. Okay, I'll bite. Let's see what we got going on here. U.S. has bombed Iran for a 10th consecutive night. Looks like still hitting the south down there near Bandar Abbas. And then massive fires have broken out on 2 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so this is what they're reporting. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. This is this site's interpretation of what the Guard Corps is saying, that they hit U.S. radar and air defenses in Bahrain. They targeted a U.S. Patriot air defense system, missile and drone attack. Okay, here you go. Crew abandons tanker after projectile strike in the Strait. So that crew is out in a lifeboat. And again, what's the IRGC? What's their crime? Trying to transit the unsafe southern route. You didn't come up here and pay us and bribe us and play by our rules. You tried to go next to Oman, and so therefore it's unsafe, so we had to attack you. Nutcases. Absolute nutcases. Okay, 1 hour ago, hit a drone hangar, military facilities in Kuwait. Let's see, where's that at? Ali Asalim. Okay, so again, nobody backing down. Quite the opposite. Go around the horn here on Twitter. These Iranian, nothing new there. I try to pull these sites up and they're so slow to load. I don't know if the Google squirrels are blocking their sites. I don't know. All right, now this is 53 minutes ago. According to this IRNA news agency, IRNA. And let's go to FARS and see what they're talking about. Okay, again, this is from their perspective. From their perspective, they beat the U.S. in the tech war. Okay, Frank says, has the U.S. knocked out all of Iran's oil production to stop them from making money? You know, may be a very simplistic explanation that I give, right? But it's, if I look at Iran as a big gas station, it's an operating gas station that people depend on, a lot of people depend on, including them. What we really want over there is regime change. Take out the nutcases, and from the U.S. standpoint, you want somebody in there who will make deals with the U.S. That's what we do. You have a government that don't agree with the U.S., okay, there's a good chance there's going to be some type of regime change at some point. That's what we do. You want to keep the gas station, okay? You don't want to break the gas station. Really what we want is for the IRGC people to just go away, which they're clearly not. So if we go in there and start breaking the gas station, it's really not good for anybody. Yeah, it stops them from making money, but we stop them from making money with the blockade. We don't have to break the gas station. Leave the equipment in place. Now here's the question. Oh, wrong mouse right there. Here's the question. If it gets to the point that we do start clearly getting the upper hand on the IRGC, just make this assumption. We just start systematically destroying the IRGC to where they're on their last few breaths. Will they destroy their own equipment to deny anybody else from using it? What happened when Saddam's forces were on the run back in 1991? What'd they do? A lot of destruction, setting the oil wells on fire. What a mess. That's the question. Would the Iranians do the same thing? The IRGC, would they do the same thing if they're down to their last 5% of people about to get absolutely destroyed? Would they start breaking their own equipment? That's the question. Remember, you're dealing with nutcases. You're dealing with absolutely nutcases. They're not concerned about, oh, if we break the gas station, the people are going to starve and all the rest of the world, you know, that depend on this oil. They don't care. It's one of those like children. Well, if we can't have it and get rich off of it, you can't have it. They'll start targeting their own stuff to prevent the U.S. from benefiting from it. Boom! Kuya Steve coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much for the Thai fun. I'm not sure if I heard the Thai man come by here today or not. I think there was one guy that came by, maybe one of our Pandy Saw guys. Hope you're doing well, Kuya Steve. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not the people there. You don't want to hit these infrastructure, the civilian infrastructure or the gas station. So how do you do it? How do you take out the IRGC? and you take them out in a fashion without breaking the gas station and without allowing them, when they're on the eve of defeat, setting their own shit afire and then having a damn mess anyhow. That's what they're doing in the strait. They're lighting tankers on fire. So if they're lighting tankers on fire, they're obviously, absolutely innocent people. If they're lighting tankers on fire, they're crazy enough to light their own shit on fire too. And that might be some of the threats. That might be their last. Hey, if it looks like we're about to be defeated, we destroy Carg Island. You're not dealing with rational people. They just killed 35,000, reportedly, of their own people because they were in the streets protesting for 2 nights. And you look at some of these videos coming out, it wasn't just one place. It wasn't one place. It was like every province in Iran, the people hit the streets. So if you believe all these videos and what they're saying, it's like the population, they want these guys to go. The Iranian people want these guys to go. They can't do it themselves. Yeah, I just thought, I know what the American media puts out. I know their spin. Let's just look at what the Iranians are putting out. What their spin is. Obviously, their spin on these news sites are all controlled, some form or fashion, by the government, which the government is the IRGC. So not one of these sites is going to put a damn thing out against the IRGC. They have to be on the bandwagon or they'll be amongst that 35,000 that got killed. So, I just said, what, I'm tired of focusing on what Fox News says. Let me just focus on what the Iranians say and formulate my own opinion. I'll still pull up CENTCOM just to see what the official update is. And speaking of CENTCOM, let's just go to their latest update here. U.S. finishes latest strikes. They completed another round of strikes against Iran at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, July 20th. So that's the latest update there. They'll even they tell you, what kind of warfare is this? They tell you exactly when they start and exactly when they stop. We started at 4 p.m. and we ended at 9 p.m. What kind of shit is this? I don't understand why CENTCOM needs to be tweeting anyhow. Why does any of these government agencies need to be tweeting? Let the politicians do their tweeting and Twitter bullshit, whatever. You're trying to fight a damn war. You're giving the enemy a goddamn time frame and time schedule of what you're doing. Alright, there's looking at the strait right now. Again, I don't have a map in motion. I haven't been studying this or looking at it. Before, I could tell you what was going on. I stared at it for so many hours. Now, I don't know. Before the route was, the route up here brings the ships around that island right there. So they want them hugging up there. And then when you try to take this southern route down here, that's the ones that are getting hit. Because the nutcase pirates up here are upset because the ships didn't go up there on their route. There you go. First casualty in war is the truth. Okay, watched a little bit of a doc last night talking about the U.S. reserves is lower than it's been since how many decades? I remember back You remember back when the lockdown and the gas price was so low, and I remember Trump saying, "Hey, we're gonna fill up the U.S. reserves. Gas is so cheap, we're gonna fill everything up and top them off." That was 2020. Now here we are 6 years later. They're reporting that they're the lowest they've been since whatever date. Somebody wants to do the research and put it in the chat. Trump says over and over that Iran's military is in shambles. Doesn't appear to be the case. They will not back down at any cost. Exactly. The IRGC is not going to back down because it's not in their best interests. Right now, they're in charge. They're in power. They got money, power. They're not going to give that up. If they did give it up, if they give up any power, they will slowly get marginalized to where next thing you know, they're trying these guys for war crimes and hanging them from bridges. They'll eliminate them. So no, they're never going to give up. To give up would be risking getting executed. None of those guys are giving up. They're in charge. Just because they have a different name and they wear a uniform, they're the ones in charge of this whole thing. Yeah, so like the number that keeps floating around, back in January during those the protests and the subsequent massacres, 36,500 people. Now look, I don't think nobody really knows what the exact number is. I'm just telling you what's like floating around as being the acceptable number in a lot of this reporting. 36,500 Iranians were killed by security forces during the January 8th and 9th crackdown on nationwide protest, making it the deadliest two-day protest massacre in history. And it's according to the editorial board of this site that I'm reviewing. Iran International's editorial board can confirm the death toll after reviewing newly obtained documents, field reports, and accounts from medical staff. And some of these images, again, what's real, what's not? I'm just going by what's here in the open source. They're in this morgue and there's bodies piled up waist high. Like the people in there looking for their loved ones, they're stepping over bodies. They're waist high in the morgue. They're talking about how a lot of them were pulled out of the hospital and shot. And so a lot of these bodies in the morgue still had, what have you. If they were intubated, still had a ET tube down their trach, patient monitoring equipment, electrodes. They just took them out of the hospital and shot them. And this is adding up over like 400 cities. It didn't happen in one place. Just talking countrywide. And then let's see, most of the killings were carried out by the IRGC. Okay, Kel's reporting that Houthis just blocked the other straits down there, which is not good news. So here you go, 26 minutes ago. What does the Houthis' maritime blockade mean for Saudi Arabia? It means they will no longer be able to use Bab al-Mandeb to export oil to East Asia. This will have a tremendous impact on Saudi Arabia's yearly oil revenue. This is coming from a report out of Yemen. It means that any nation, any shipping company will not be able to export to Saudi Arabia. If they attempt to export or trade with Saudi, they will be prevented and turned away. The big question now is, however, how will Saudi Arabia decide to respond to the declaration of a naval blockade? Will they engage militarily or perhaps give negotiations a try? So here you go. Now the good news is there's currently an Ansar Allah Houthi delegation in Oman, and they're engaged in peaceful dialogue with Saudi officials. That's the good news. However, this Houthi group has made it very clear that if Saudi Arabia decides to engage militarily, their next set of options will include Saudi Aramco oil facilities as targets. I guess the question is there any good news coming out of the Middle East? That's a question. Okay, there's a wider perspective on what's going on over there. Okay, so let's just talk about that for a second. What is the status of the current U.S. strategic reserve? All right, so oil analyst warns of violent repricing as U.S. oil reserves fall to a level not seen since the Reagan administration. So what is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? It's an emergency stockpile of petroleum maintained by the U.S. Department of Energy. It's the largest publicly known emergency supply in the world. Underground tanks in Louisiana and Texas have capacity for 714 million barrels. They started it in 1975 after oil supplies were interrupted during the 73-74 oil embargo. The reserve is stored at 4 sites on the Gulf of Mexico, each located near a major center of petrochemical refining and processing. Each site contains a number of artificial caverns created in salt domes below the surface. The individual caverns within a site can be up to 1,000 meters, it's like 3,300 feet below the surface. Spent like $4 billion on these facilities. I'm trying to see exactly what the levels are right now. Okay, it's the lowest since when, but what does that mean? Okay, so I think this one here gives a date since 1983. So there you go, the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, lowest since April of 1983. Okay, so now this is according to Professor Google here. This emergency supply, now somebody fact check this, I'll try to fact check it, but this is the first thing that comes up. It represents 45.7 days of petroleum cover. Okay, is that true? Where it's at right now. Currently, where it's at is only 45 days of cover for the United States. So it can hold 714 million, but right now it's got 311, so it's less than half full. Okay, Gregory says it's at 43.6% of its capacity. And again, we're talking about the U.S. Strategic Reserve, the lowest level since 1983. Lanes Away says we are correct that it's down to 45 days in strategic supply. And then Kel's reporting that if you take the oil out below the minimum level, you risk collapsing the cavern itself and destroying the storage. Now look, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they, the way they get the oil to come up is they pump water down into the caverns and forces the oil up into the pipelines. I think that's how it works. Hey Gina, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. So when you look at that in terms of days, you know, it's actually kind of scary, right? I mean, that's what we were facing here. We were facing about the same amount of time when all this stuff broke down. It was very concerning at first. Because everything here is imported, right? I guess I should knock on wood. Luckily, it didn't come to the zombie apocalypse. Gas went up a little bit. Now it's down. Big Pumpkin told me yesterday. She said that gas and our light bill's going up. I guess she got that somewhere off the Facebook. So if you're just joining us, basically we're talking about all things Iran, but over in the Strait. A couple tankers on fire, courtesy of the IRGC. I guess there's 3 ships been attacked in the past 2 days. 2 of the crews had to abandon ship. 1 crew got picked up by a tugboat. The other one, it just happened, they're in a lifeboat. So nothing going in the right direction over there. It's quite the opposite. Okay, so let me go back to this news agency here coming out of Iran. I've been putting a lot of the information coming out of Iran, not the US media during the stream. So I'm putting here coming out of the IRNA news agency. This is 21 minutes ago. Just to give an example of what's coming out of Iran, not what the US media and the talking heads are putting up there. Let's see exactly what the other side. I could use the word enemy, but you know, when I went to Vietnam on my first trip, yeah, absolutely magical. And obviously, I'm big into military history. So, what surprised me, and I guess they still do it, but like all of the verbiage when you're looking in the museums or the historical sites, they never referred to us Americans as the enemy. They always, in the little things that you read, said the other side. Because I thought, hey, I'm an American, I'm going to Vietnam, I'm doing all this, you know, checking out the museums, military history. How are they going to perceive me as an American? And everybody was very friendly, and all the stuff just said the other side. They never used the word enemy. Yeah, just thought I'd bring that up. So this is how the other side is reporting what's going on from their perspective. And all of these sites are influenced and controlled in some form or fashion by the government, which means the IRGC. They're not going to post anything that goes against what the IRGC says, or they'll end up in that morgue with the other bodies. So there you go, 21 minutes ago. Scroll down, see if we got anything else. See how they refer to the U.S. terrorist activities. Again, that's from their perspective. So the U.S. military hit a civilian site in the mountain area around Abdanan. And again, folks, just bear in mind, I'm just going off of what their Twitter feed is putting out. How much of it is true? How much of it is just bola? I don't know. All I can assert is this is what they're putting out over this site's Twitter feed. Yeah, Mike, I agree. The IRGC is in control. They're never going to surrender or negotiate until all those old timers, the top leadership, are no longer with us. Hey Sharky, how you doing? Yeah, Gina, we're going to the beach here soon. Time to go camping. And yeah, folks, since I'm not in the U.S., put your gas price, your local gas price, out there in the chat. Yeah, L McGee, we took a ride over there the other day on my motorbike ride. A lot of activity going on out there. Place has been resurrected, so to speak. Helping the economy over in that area, employing a lot of people. Other than that, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but the gringos have the point on that. And any former military or anybody looking for a job, there's jobs out there. I just happened to see a couple on a site the other day. No big secret. That's all out in the open. $4 a gallon in Norfolk. $4 in Wichita. Oh, I can't remember. I put it on the video how much I paid here. Was it 70 something a liter? Over here it's by the liters. All I can tell you is the first time I filled up Red Horse 6, it cost me $500, and then I ran her for a week and it cost me $400. So just a nice round number. My transportation cost running that hog every day, everywhere I need to go, is less than 500 pesos a week, and that's making a lot of runs, carting everybody back and forth to school, picking people up, going here, going there. So my fuel cost now, $9 a week is what I pay for transportation now that I'm carting my own ass around. $6.46 a gallon in California. My goodness. $3.60 in Nashville. Yeah, Red Horse, I can't remember. I had it on the video. I put it on the video exactly how much it was. I can't remember per liter. I can just tell you what my budget is. In my mind, I'm spending less than $500 a week on that motorcycle. I run the damn thing every day, not trying to conserve fuel. It's probably closer to $400, but I'm just in my mind $10. $10 a week. And Chris asks, are we still at war? I thought lying Trump decimated their military. Well, a lot of bola on both sides from the U.S. and the Iranian side. A lot of lies being told. We're slowly degrading, but I wouldn't say they're decimated if they're still able to launch attacks. $4.99 in California. Yeah, our light bill will be coming in pretty soon. And my first light bill here was excited about $21 for the month. Now look, I got no aircon, no refrigerator, no washing machine, not yet. And my next light bill was what, $38 or $39. That's not the direction I was wanting it to go. But Big Pumpkin told me yesterday, she said, hey, the electricity's going up, so is the gas. I said, how you know? Well, I read it on Facebook. So I haven't really dug into that. But in a few days here, we should get our next light bill. I'll do a video on it. The question is it going up or down? 21, 38, or 39, what's this next one going to be? We haven't bought any new appliances. Yeah, Chris, I can't drink Red Horse no more, man. It makes me crazy. Their tagline is extra strong. So I don't drink anymore anyhow, at least right now. But even if I do, I can't handle the Red Horse. In the Philippines, roughly 70 pesos per liter. That equates to $6 a gallon. Yeah, Americans don't realize it. We as Americans don't realize it that the cheapest gas is in America. So when it goes up, you're not even up to where we pay here normal. Well, it's up here, but you know what I mean? You're used to cheap gas in America. Other places around the globe, it's more expensive all the time. Lanes Away says $5 on the diesel in Southwest Florida. Oh, is that what decimated means, to reduce by 1/10? Guess I'll have to look up the words decimated and obliterated. Alright, let's see. That's almost $8 a gallon. Is that US or Australian? In Australia. See, Russ says you got to commit. No fence sitting. Call a spade a spade. Enemies is what enemies have done and are still doing until they surrender, as Japan did in World War II. That's a good point. I mean, at some point you got to pick a side. At some point you got to pick whose side you're going to be on. Frank says my light bill went up $90 to $180. My goodness. Yeah, well, I guess I'm expecting this next one to go up, and we're not doing anything different. I think that's the good thing, where we can gauge. We're not doing anything different, really. We haven't bought any new appliances. Maybe we're using one TV a little bit more. Anyhow, a few days we'll see. We'll see what it's going up to. See, pull up the US debt clock. I think we put that out there yesterday. Aren't we at, like, was it 35 trillion or something like that? All right, let me see if I can pull up another article here to see a different perspective coming from the Iranians. Go to this Tasnim news agency on Twitter. It doesn't look like they tweeted anything out for the past 12 hours. So that's 12 hours old. And again, it's coming from Iranian government influenced media here. But they're focusing in on that. What does that look like? A hangar? Detailing the injury, the damage there. 2 aircraft hangars were damaged in the strikes. Alright folks, just go around the horn. Looks like I got 126 folks at least watching on YouTube. If you're hanging out on Kick or Twitch, I certainly appreciate it. Simultaneously broadcasting to those platforms, why not? They work, they are stable, quality is good. And if you're just joining me, our initial topic was talking about a couple of ships that got hit. Well, 3 in the past couple days. 2 were on fire and adrift, and the ship's crew have abandoned ship. And then over here, closer to home in the Philippines, Chinese Coast Guard was duking it out with local Philippine Navy personnel. One Philippine Navy sailor got whacked in the head with a big stick. So the Chinese are in the white, looks like a pontoon boat, crashing into the Philippine Navy sailors in the Zodiac, or the little inflatable dinghy there. And where did this occur? Well, the Philippine personnel are stationed out there on that Sierra Madre, that old ship that's beached. So the Chinese are out there just looking for a fight. Alright, I'm gonna put this up there, put a little warning. These days you gotta put these warnings out there. In this video, some dude gets slapped. If you're gonna get offended over watching some dude get slapped, I can't help you. There you go, that's the disclaimer. Think it's at a baseball game or somewhere. Older man slaps a fan at a Major League Baseball game for not standing for the national anthem in a viral video. Tells him to get up. Let me show you what happened to the Kuya right here. Don't want to stand for the national anthem? I learned this yesterday. He's a boomer, right? We're talking about the dates and when people were born yesterday. I learned that gentleman's probably a boomer, and they call me Generation X. I wasn't clear on that till yesterday. But there you go. Older man slaps a fan at a Major League Baseball game for not standing for the national anthem in a viral video. Younger man was looking up at him during the anthem performance. The man then leaned down to whisper something in the seated man's ear before smacking him in the back of the head. Everybody was surprised. The older man said, "Thank you. Thank you so much, young man," after the young man followed his demand. Videos reached over 2 million views, sparked debate. Some defended the older man's actions, holding the opinion that choosing to sit is disrespectful to the country, while others said he took things too far, and striking someone over a decision they rightfully made was not the right call. It looks like no one standing around had a problem with this love tap, reminding the dude in case he forgot to show respect for our country. It's his right to sit. That's what this country's about, freedom. He's still a dickhead, but this ain't no dictatorship. Another said he shouldn't have slapped the kid unless the kid was his grandson or nephew. And Pops was administering a respect lesson. Keep your hands to yourself. As an online debate continues to rage, legal experts noted that such an action can constitute battery. As of Monday, it seems the incident will fade into memory, but it remains to be seen whether further action is taken. Now, we all know in the good old US of A, some fucking lawyers already tracked that dude down. He'll be in a neck brace by tomorrow. He'll have that neck brace on. Oh, my neck be hurting. And then old dude will be in the jailhouse getting sued. Have to pay that shithead sitting on his ass $500 grand. Very good point. What if the kid had a disability? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. There you go. So we're all going to be on different sides of the fence on that particular incident. But damn, you just brought up a good point. What if that guy had a disability? He's autistic like my son. There you go. That's the debate. Would that same incident happen in around World War II, around that era? Everybody would be on their feet. Nowadays, things are different. And a very good point. What if that young man had some type of disability and just didn't understand? Like my son. I would say in America, that gentleman is definitely going to face some repercussions. If it comes out that that young man had some type of disability, he's definitely going to be dealing with some issues over it. Benito, how you doing? Now they say it was at a Cubs game. Baseball game. I mean, for the old gentleman's sake, you know, that's somebody's grandfather, and that young kid is somebody's kid. If the dude's being a shithead kid, and I use that word, that's subjective, right? If he's just being a jackass and don't want to get up, okay, that's one thing. It turns out he's got a disability. I guess what's the moral of the story here? Don't lay hands on others. Number 2, probably better to stand for the national anthem so you don't piss somebody off. But again, what's the U.S. about? It's about freedom of speech. It's just that freedom of speech is interpreted so much different than it was decades ago. And it goes back to the video I did where, here, I'll put it back up there. If YouTube wants to smack me for just a bitch slap, whatever, they might, who knows. And you know, I did the video where that dude was driving his new Mercedes or what have you out in California, and the little boy with autism messed up his the hood ornament. the emblem. And he turned around and slapped the kid. And obviously got my blood boiling over that incident. His sister's trying to take care of him, and my son's the same way. When I walk him past the car, he wants to touch it. He just loves the shininess, the paint, what have you. You have to watch him. When he walks past the car, he wants to touch it. And I never figured out, did the kid break that emblem? Because I used to have a Mercedes back in the day, old 300E. And that thing is spring loaded. You can fold it over. It's in a spring. It sort of pulls out, whatever. It takes a bit to break it. If you were going to break it, usually I've had where I come back to the car and it was leaning over where some kid or whatever may have been messing with it. I don't know. So I don't know if the kid broke it or just laid it over. Anyhow, he ended up getting slapped. It was about a 12-year-old autistic boy. So there you go. That just happened to pop up, and it ain't got nothing to do with nothing in the topics. Back on point here. Again, that's what happened yesterday out in the West Philippine Sea between China and Philippine Navy personnel. All right, 107 folks here. Looks like I got 175 thumbs ups. I got 3 thumbs downs. Man, thank y'all very much. Mike says, I couldn't count the amount of times I got a whipping from my dad for doing something wrong. My ass was in a constant state of redness. I think that's a good point. Let's see, Madowick says, people are so hostile nowadays. I don't think they even care if someone has a mental issue. Everyone seems quick to anger out in public. On the roads, even service staff. Yeah, that's a huge difference than decades ago. Good point. People are so quick now to resort to some type of violence. There's a lot lower threshold for people to get to that point. People just went crazy. Yeah, nowadays everybody just goes and cries to a fucking lawyer. It's all about money. When you make it about money, then it's just amped up. Not a whole lot of truth to the case. Think about that. What's happening in America? Least little thing. You're going to call the police, call 911, get the government to come solve your problems. Get a lawyer. Bring your case before a judge, and 3 years from now, it'll cost you $50,000 to try to solve your problems with another human being. There you go. Look where it's got America. What's America need? About 1% of the lawyers that it has. There you go. Could tell a joke. It might. I don't know. Start telling lawyer jokes. Might get in trouble with the Google squirrels. All right, and then let's see, let's go back over to the report coming out of the Middle East about the ships on fire. Okay, again, that's what the Iranians are putting out. 2 tankers explode in an unsafe, Hormuz route. So their reasoning and their messaging and their communication is that these two ships went down on the southern route closer to Oman, not the approved Iranian route. And since it was unsafe, we blew them up. Don't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Pretty much defies logic. But killing 35,000 people for merely walking through the streets and protesting don't make a whole lot of sense either. Now, lawyers don't care about you. They don't care about none of us. They care about that money in your pocket. Just destroy each other's lives so a fucking lawyer can put money in their pocket. There you go. A divided house cannot stand. America is divided and being conquered from within. There you go. It's like we were talking about yesterday about that movie, The Second Civil War. We were discussing that yesterday. The Second Civil War. What was it back in, was it the 80s or 90s when that movie came out? It's a satirical movie that's basically describing what's happening today in the U.S. Worth watching. It'll just make you go, You're like, holy shit. Like, this is where the U.S. is heading. And just to sort of give you a, what's going on in the movie, it's like one state is run by folks from India, and then this state over here is run by Muslim folks. Like, every state is run by folks from another country. Everybody competing for their own agenda in America based on where they come from. It's sort of like Casey described transplants on that movie Yellowstone. Or not movie, the show Yellowstone. When his kid asked him, what's a transplant? He's like, people who come here and they try to make Montana exactly like where they came from. That's a transplant. So that's sort of what the movie's about. And that's what's going on in America. One of the things. People want to move there and then make it exactly like it was in Somalia with their customs and laws or whatever. That's just one example. Alright, Matawix brings up a good point. In New Zealand, the government said we would run out of gas by now, but only prices have gone up and fuel still flowing. Feels like a scam because Hormuz is still closed. Okay, that's sort of the way it went down here. Like when it first came out and you look at the stats and they're putting out how many days of reserves we have left, it was very scary. Prices skyrocketing, everybody was concerned, nobody was on the roads. And then a few weeks later, the price came down, everybody went back to normal life. We never had any hoarding, any shortages of food or nothing. We just really got an elevated gas price and elevated electric bill. But whatever happened, they worked it out. Now, is the reason that they merely just started getting oil from Russia and that's the solution? I guess probably. But it was not the zombie apocalypse that everybody was fearing when they show you, hey, we only have 45 days of fuel. We don't solve this. It was scary at first. But knock on wood, life is pretty good here right now. And it has been. Let's see, Lanes Away says exactly what happened to Florida. Alright, so it looks like we still got 123 folks checking in on YouTube. Speaking of electric bills, let me hear some articles too. Getting a little off topic of the ships, but talking about July light bill is going to be higher and it might rise again. So if you're hearing the PI, looks like our light bills are going up. Okay, let me see if CENTCOM's put out any new information here. Doesn't look like anything is new. Oh, see, I'm so stupid, you know. I haven't been on Twitter in 15 years or whatever. I don't realize when you're looking at their feed, you got to click on it to get to the whole article. So there is video down at the bottom of this. Damn, King, you dumb. There's not two E's in deer. It's D-E-A-R. That's okay, because you don't read too good know-how. What movie is that from? Watched it last night. U.S. finishes latest strikes against Iran. And I tell you what, let me see if I can pull up. So I like to pull it up where I can read the article here while you're watching the video. Whole single day. Let me scroll down and you watch the video while I read the article. How about that? So this is the latest coming out of CENTCOM. Coming out of Tampa, U.S. Central Command completed another round of strikes against Iran at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, July 20th. U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vehicles flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. Commercial vessel transit through the vital international maritime corridor continue. Since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vehicles and 450 million barrels of crude oil. American forces remain postured and prepared to hold Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression toward civilian mariners seeking to freely and openly transit the strait. So there you go. That's the latest coming from CENTCOM. I didn't realize I had to click the article and that there was more to it. Okay, so coming out of CNN, top headline on CNN, nearly 100 U.S. troops injured in last 2 weeks, according to the Pentagon. Alright, so looks like the chat has turned to talking about that era. There you go, Eli. Yeah, movie was Platoon. Just came back to Netflix. Watched that last night. Madawick says, I stockpiled some gas cans in my garage and now I feel stupid. Hey, you never be too careful, right? Let's go back and check and see if there's any update on what's going on with the ship crews there. Doesn't look like I got any new information. Just basically 3 ships hit in the strait over the past couple days to the point that 2 crews had to abandon ship. And either one or both of those ships are adrift and ablaze. Where they're going to end up, who knows? Let's see, the red ones, the red arrows are tankers, and aren't the green ones cargo ships? There's no shortage of targets in the region for these folks to hit. Benito says, I love watching you, but YouTube plays the same commercial every 3 minutes. Yeah, I got no control over that. Like, in the back end, you have like 3 settings: low ads, medium, recommended, and then the high. If you put it on high, there'll be an ad every 30 seconds. Don't do that. Just keep it on the default setting, what have you, and then the Google squirrels do what they're going to do. Yeah, you've got to have the YouTube Premium. If you're a YouTube player, it's probably the best investment. Like, if you're not paying for any more streaming stuff, I got to pay for the YouTube Premium. And every now and then we'll pay for your Netflix for a couple months. Yeah, got to have the YouTube Premium. But I tell you, I was running a VPN. I don't watch U.S. commercials, right? But for a while, I was running a VPN, I think on the Apple TV, and I started to see your commercials in America. I mean, I haven't watched commercials in America for 15 years. Scared the crap out of me. I mean, I'm used to seeing commercials here or Thailand, you know. I mean, Thailand, even here, you'll see a few vehicle commercials, but not too many. Usually you're seeing commercials with small products, food products, dishwashing detergent, you know, household products. I turned that VPN on, and next thing you know, I'm inundated by what? Pharmaceutical companies trying to hook me on the latest acronym of the drug that they've come up with to solve all your problems. Insurance companies. I mean, it was just scary. You know, $80,000 vehicles. I had to turn that shit off. I couldn't look at it no more. I wanted to look at it to see just as research, and that was it. I couldn't look at that programming no more. You know, in America, you're just forced to look at so much shit that you don't need, and that's coming from a guy who, you know, ads put food on the table. So I just had to turn it off and go back to watching the Philippine commercials if I'm not logged in, which are like $2 products. You know, freaking noodles and stuff like that. Yeah, you get the music too. I use that music all the time, that YouTube music. Yeah, we'll see what happens to those ships. Do they end up on the bottom of the Gulf there? End up beaching themselves? I mean, that's the reports coming out of there. Tanker ship on fire, adrift, and the crew has abandoned ship. So I guess I would assume by tomorrow we'll see some video footage of the maybe it's already floating around. Let me see if I can pull that up, if there's any video. No, same information. At least one commercial tanker was struck, caught fire, currently adrift 8 nautical miles northwest of Kumzar, Oman in the Strait. The crew safely abandoned the ship, and military authorities have advised vessels in the area to transit with caution. The stricken vessel is reportedly the Kavumalius, an oil tanker. The second vessel, the Achilles, was also struck by a projectile in the same incident, so it looks like they're connected, with the IRGC claiming that the two tankers exploded after attempting to use a southern shipping route. Okay, folks, it's a little bit after noon here in the Philippines. That's pretty much what I wanted to talk about today. That's the update as to what's going on. You know, pretty much still trouble on the high seas, trouble in the strait, trouble over here in the West Philippine Sea. Just the world has become a very dangerous and confusing place. How did we get to this point? So I'm going to go around the horn and just see if everything's still operating in the green. I'll take a few more comments, and then I'm going to shut her down. Old single dad's got to get his ass in gear. So yeah, if you're checking in from Kick, thank you very much. Still looking great over on Kick. Same with Twitch, great video quality. Got 25 followers on Twitch now. Looking for 1 million by tonight. It could happen. Check one more, see if there's anything new from this one site in Iran. Doesn't look like it. Same stuff. There you go, right there. Alright, so I'll take a few more comments and then I'm going to shut her down, my friends. If y'all don't mind, hit that thumbs up. I got 188 up, 3 down. I need to break 200 to make the Google squirrels happy. I got a big pumpkin down here. Baby, what are you doing down there? I stole both of her shelves from my background, from my studio, but I let her keep her clothes down there. But then when she goes to get ready, she got to come in here and get the clothes. Baby, this might not look too appropriate here with you down there. Come on, let's go. I'm trying to run an award-winning news show here. My gosh. Come on, out of here. Let's go.
Faster than that.
Let's go. Out of here. All right, folks. A few more comments. I got to roll. Yeah, Papa Smurf, you have a good one. Midnight. Benito, Chris, Red Horse, checking in from Pittsburgh, Tennessee. Nah, the Google squirrels don't like these political talks. But like I said, folks, a lot of this, you know, sometimes I like to fire up the camera and just talk about things. And if that's what gets into my mind, that's what I'm going to do. Number 2 is help me learn this equipment by doing all this stuff, right? Number 3, if it's raining and nothing's going on outside, I just fire it up and talk about anything I want to. This is what's going on in the world right now. It's going to affect my light bill, affect my gas price at the pump. So, but anyhow, I'm in the process. I'm going to set up an outdoor kitchen. And I'll just take this setup, instead of sitting here talking about Iran, I'll just use the same setup to go live every day on my cooking and barbecue. KC checking in from CM Reap. Man, hope you're doing well over there. Love CM Reap. Hey Trisha, how you doing? Yeah, I'm an anchor man today. Reporter, everything, all rolled up into one. I can do it. Hey Mike, good morning to you. But folks, with that, I'm going to shut her down. I got to go play Old Single Dad. Help Big Pumpkin out. So if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up. I got 193 up. I got 4 down. That's 197. If I get 3 more, I'll break 200 interactions there. So once I break the 200, I'm going to hit this button that says finish and end broadcast. Yeah, I got to get Big Pumpkin some chicken feet. I was going to have like a warm-up contest for her, you know, to practice for the big upcoming chicken feet eating contest. Just got to get everybody on the same page, make sure their schedules are free. It's going to be Big Pumpkin versus Janice versus John Paul. 3 heavyweights. Who can eat the most chicken feet in 30 minutes flat? Let's see, our internet is well, we had 800 up, 800 down. It was 3,500 pesos a month. Now we've got the middle package. I think it's 2,500 pesos a month for 300 up and down. Let's see how many more I got to go. 194 plus 4. I need 2 more thumbs up or thumbs down, or I can't shut the stream down. Come on, somebody help a brother out here. 195. I need 1 more and I'm out of here. I don't think Joy and Kim could even come close. They're welcome to join, but there ain't no way they're gonna beat Big Pumpkin, Janice, or John Paul. Ain't no way. Yeah, I'm thinking John Paul might take out Janice, especially if he comes hungry. If he uses a little strategy, don't eat breakfast, probably John Paul all the way, but you never know. 197, 200, boom, 200 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much for helping out with them old Google squirrels. I will see y'all tomorrow, my friends. Y'all have a good one. And peace out. I'm about to end this broadcast. Here we go. I'm out of here.